Hello everyone. How is everyone doing today? It's lovely to see you all here. I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit more. There we go. Jenny Azoth. Hello, welcome to the stream. Volpix989, good to see you. Catgirl Steph. Ro the Fair Thing Lion. Hello. Middle-earth Marxist. And Abigail Online. Hello, welcome to the stream. It's lovely to see people here. I have been having a bit of a shit one myself, so if I seem very low energy, that's why. We're gonna do some liberal slop this week, as last week, as the week before. I'm getting a pretty good record for doing these weekly now. I think that's pretty cool, personally. I might show everyone some astrophotography that I did this week. I think I'm going to start as I did previously with some comments though. All right. We've got Trans Tina Talk speaking about a memory called Empire, which unfortunately I haven't read, and about Ex Machina. We've got Jenny Azoth, Time Makes Little Guys of Us All. Yes, this was the first one that I had bookmarked for myself. I'm using this a little bit like an inbox, the the comments, to remind myself what stuff I'm meant to talk about on stream. So we'll get to that one in just a sec. Thank you, chat. I appreciate your sympathy for my having a shit one. Basically, last night was a vigil for Trans Day of Remembrance, if people don't know. And yeah, it's just a rough time. Just a rough time at the best of times, to hear off like the list of everyone who's died this year, and just ponder on the enormous, incalculable losses our community's faced over years and decades and centuries. It's just a nasty time. I've been taking it pretty easy today. Actually, the reason that I'm late streaming is that my partner and I were just having a super interesting conversation about Tumblr posts originally, but then about all sorts of stuff. Middle-earth Marxist says the psychic attacks are very real and sucking everybody's energy on overdrive at the moment. Yeah, I think there's the time of year for sure. It is about 2 years since my life completely exploded, and that was all very traumatic. I'm not going to go into it loads. In my first stream back a few weeks ago, I explained it, so if you want to go see the VOD of that, go look for that. Oh my goodness. I'm on a heat pad. I might have mentioned them on streams before because I've had these for quite a while, but rather than having heating that makes the whole house warm, we have little heat pads to sit on. If it I might need to reposition this remote because I'll keep on knocking it. If it works, I'll be changing outfit, getting my jumper off in a bit because it's actually very toasty. What was I going to say? I was going to say about the time of year. Yes. I think like it's important to think about the winter, especially when we are all engaged in struggle, as a time of reconsidering, like looking at the summer is always a big time of doing, and the spring and autumn are a bit wild cardy, but the winter is very like we need to think about what worked and what didn't work and what to change. Yeah, and I guess that's like what I hope people can use the winter for, but then ultimately the lengthening nights make everyone a bit crazy. This will be a very rambly stream. I'm going to touch on a lot of different stuff, I'm realizing. I hope you'll enjoy. You usually seem to. If you do enjoy the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. That's !TIP. VOD watchers, you can also tip if you want to with the link below the VOD. And speaking of VOD watchers, let's go to the comments again. So, Puppy Bites said, I can't find the part about the woman from Ukraine that did a bunch of mad science on HRT. Was that this stream? I'd like to check her workout since I have a biochemistry background. It seems very interesting. And I said I'd talk about this on the stream. So, Puppy Bites, hello. I'm saying hello to you specifically now, but also anyone interested in this topic. I know people who have worked on DIY HRT, and I know some people at the moment who are researching on a guide for harm reduction. I can't say loads about it, but it's looking promising. I have been adjacent to a lot of people doing DIY HRT for a while, so the specific Ukrainian trans woman is Lena from Kiev. She's amazing. I'm guessing if I just say Lena from Kiev, I'm going to get her site up pretty fast. Literally lena.kiev.ua. She's fantastic. She's kind of the godmother of DIY HRT. Most people refer to her methods shared online, and most iterations of better lab methods seem to have evolved from there. But the really wacky stuff about her is that a lot of people will be like, if you don't have a laminar flow hood, you should not be cooking estrogen. You can't possibly do it safely. You'll get these contaminants. You won't be able to sterilize it properly. You'll give someone a granuloma and then they'll die from it immediately. And Lena's just dust. No one cares. And she has a guide that she's written in reply to someone on the welcome page of her blog that's just explaining how to make your own electrolysis setup with a spoon and a 9-volt battery. And all of that is fertile ground for harm reduction. As I've talked about a bunch on Red Planet, I've been volunteering with the Harm Reduction Hub, attached to the drug charity Release, which exists to help over-policed populations, so homeless people, drug users, sex workers, trans people, people with precarious immigration status, the mentally ill, just anyone who needs it. And also, harm reduction is for everyone. We just, in society, do engage in things that are risky or harmful, and we can reduce the harm by acknowledging that and spreading the best advice possible. And I think there's an opportunity there with regards DIY HRT specifically. In fact, I only just learned yesterday. So I'd known about sapphic bison for a little bit. Let me show you all sapphic bison. Sapphic bison is doing testing, both blood testing and testing of hormones that people have, samples. And I just found out also about a site called, what's it called? transharmreduction.org, I think. Yes, transharmreduction.org, which tests specifically, or has been doing some testing specifically on notable providers of injectable estrogen. So, for example, do we have the list down here? Yeah, so there's Lena, right? And for those who are curious, Lena has no evidence of contamination and a fairly average amount of concentration compared to the amount advertised if you look through all the studies. But my point was that with regard to harm reduction, for those who are using DIY HRT, there's a growing amount of it. With regards harm reduction for people who are making DIY HRT. There's not really that much of it. This is kind of classic when you are doing harm reduction stuff, that you'll see the more acceptable part of whatever people. Goodness gracious. Catgirl Steph, thank you so much for tipping £21 and saying Sophie is pretty and should be paid for her work. Nya. Vulpix989 said, for a second I was expecting you to pull up a picture about bison being lesbians, and I was so excited because I love bison, but this is cool too. Sheep are lesbians, and would be unsurprised if bison are. The only thing I know about gay sheep, about lesbian sheep, is that if two sheep are lesbians, what they do is they're gay and they're near each other, and then they just keep being gay and near each other because female sheep have the instinct to be mounted. So I read a study about how scientists thought lesbian sheep didn't exist, and they realized it's because the lesbian sheep were just standing near each other and both waiting for the other one to mount them. Nellie Blight, first time in chat, says Lenin spoke of this, and that is true. That is entirely accurate. I think in the fourth Congress of the Second International, he had a long tract on lesbian sheep. It was called Lesbianism and You, a kind of wordplay that he wouldn't, usually go in for, but it was the style at the time. We were talking about Lena from Kiev. Look up Lena from Kiev if you want to know about the kind of the basis of where people are starting at with home brewing estrogen so the idea is to teach people about what the methods are and the safest ways to do them so that people can be fully informed. That's the answer to that question. There was a long explanation of a board game, unfortunately. Is that the end of the sentence? I was going to say, I don't know, unfortunately I'm not super into board games or whatever, but this was an interesting comment nonetheless. Someone somewhere... Oh, no, it was the same person. Hang on a second. This is quite funny. So, after the comment about the board game, Ryan Phillips, 7064, hello Ryan, said, addenda, cut chat some slack. This kind of comment can't be made in chat because by the time you're done typing it, it's no longer relevant. As a primarily VOD watcher, I stand in solidarity with all my comrades in the chat. And I think this is a fantastic first step towards chat class consciousness. This is, of course, been the long game the whole time in trying to berate chat until they resist and rise up against me. But unfortunately, chat, they didn't develop the class consciousness. It was a VOD watcher who did, because the VOD watchers are just smarter, and chat would never do this. Chat would never actually reach the level of realizing that they're in a class that's being oppressed by me, the streamer, and do anything about it, basically. Last week we were reading the article from The Economist about how the BBC needs to be split off to be just the news section. Zai Rose says chat is too subby. The Economist was saying that the BBC needs to split off to the news section because the news section is a source of soft power for Britain. And they were saying shit like, good for Britain, good for the world. Awesome stuff. Really love to see that. Absolute favorite article of all time. Here, Nora is saying, re-bolster the news section is a nightmare statement because it implies different groups of people are seeing different things in the news. And because this is a political article, I'm assuming it means left and right. And yeah, I think they talk pretty explicitly about where the stuff on the left and the right was in the Economist piece. Oh, crikey, I've changed screens again. That's not what I wanted to do at all. Where were we? This is a massive failure of the BBC's reporting then. The fact that The Economist sees this and wants the BBC to bolster the divide means that The Economist wants the BBC to become Fox News and present alternative facts to reality. Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think this is the underpinning thing with them saying, like, the right wing is really mad at you for being so for reporting the facts you're reporting, and the left isn't that messed up about it. Therefore, the BBC needs to become more right wing. Just nightmarish, just the whole way through. Okay, I'm gonna move us on to the liberal slop stuff today. That's all the comments for now. I said this was going to be a rambly stream, and now I'm just like umming and ahhing my way through it. We have a Ross Do That special. I don't know how many people here are familiar with Mr. Do That. We're going to look at one piece by Ross Do That, and this is going to be the source of our new PLIBERAL slop. That's right. We're dealing with post-liberalism today. We're moving on. Middle-earth Marxist says douche hat. So consider that, Ross. Exactly. An article I saw circulating on social media a little bit, also from the New York Times, Epstein emails reveal a bygone elite. The disgraced financiers' recently released documents are steeped in a clubby world that is all but gone. Crikey. This one by David Brooks, The Epstein Story, Count Me Out, is about... I mean, it's calling Epstein a distraction from real issues, which on one level is, yeah. And on another level, yeah, we'll get to it. I wanted to mention, although it's not liberal, or for that matter, PLIBERAL slop, that there has been, if people haven't seen this, and I don't know how you wouldn't have, because obviously the Epstein stuff's been absolutely everywhere, but the coverage that Epstein was working very closely with the Mossad and with former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, for a long time, and it's just kind of wacky. Like the one I had up here from Newsweek is from back in July. This is July 15th, which is the crazy thing. They're talking about rumors around Epstein and Ehud Barak, and about like Tucker Carlson trying to pin stuff on Israel as part of the like more anti-Semitic side of the MAGA split, and then like this is from October 30th, and it's just true. Like he just was actually deeply involved with the Israeli state apparatus, but also always worth saying it's not just true in the ways that Tucker Carlson has been saying. Obviously, where was he saying it? Just like. How does a guy go from being a math teacher at the Dalton School in the late 70s with no college degree to having multiple airplanes, a private island, and the largest residential house in Manhattan? Carlson said at his Turning Point speech on July 11th. Where did all the money come from? And then if you read through the through the drop site stuff, you see multiple instances of Epstein giving Ehud Barak money. And I'm just like, yeah, again and again and again, dude. It's not Israel secretly controlling America, is it? Yeah. Okay. We were looking at the dumb truth at the heart of the Epstein scandal. I'm not sure I read through this one before, so I'll probably skip it on stream. But I wanted to just have a little bit of a look at some of what the Atlantic is up to as well, because it will relate into our Do That special. Okay, so I think I've lined everything up now. Okay, what's chat saying? Good for Britain is famously not good for the world. Yes. Pocket Dearbelly, hello, welcome to the stream. Dearbelly saying, yay, the slop. Exactly. Middle-earth Marxist says money laundering is a lucrative gig. I think it was the Chapo guys were talking about the Epstein emails that were out already before the big vote. And just like, they were saying that it's really insulting the lie of people asking Epstein for like financial advice when he's being like retained for years and years by people as like financial advisor, and he's literally only, his only relation to them is as this trafficking rapist, like just hideous stuff. And like seeing specifically in the emails, seeing a ton of people who were being I don't know, called out for their connections to Epstein or had their own behavior like sexual harassment or sexual assault, and they were emailing Epstein to ask for advice. It's just like, just fucked. Like, there's the advice that they were asking for, right? Like, not financial advice, but like creep advice, I guess. I think that'll be super relevant to this first article. We're going to look at the Epstein emails reveal a bygone age. People were kind of dunking on this for romanticizing, I guess, the era that Epstein was operating in. I think that the issue with it, I was chatting with my partner about this before stream. I think the issue with it is like much more that it posits these kind of networks of power as gone, while also contradicting itself by pointing out where some of these guys are now, and they're literally like working for Trump in some capacity. And it's like, well, you see there, like they've just become more brazen actually with everything they're doing. Like talking as if this stuff is gone is inherently kind of making a claim about the state of the world and politics. And we'll get into more of that when we get to the final thing today in our Do That special, which this is all leading into. The reason it's a Do That special is that first we've got post-liberalism, and then we're going to have this podcast. Did liberal feminism ruin the workplace? Yeah, so I guess something to look out for in today's liberal slop class is going to be making claims about things being gone or being, defining the era that you're in or that you used to be in order to make a subtle claim about the world. So let's start with the Epstein emails reveal a bygone elite. By Sean McCreish. Washington went nuts and the White House went on the defensive. This light flashing, that sucks. How do I fix this? Okay. After lawmakers dumped more than 20,000 emails belonging to Jeffrey Epstein into the public domain on Wednesday. The central intrigue was the late financier's relationship with the president, but there were other stories buried in the massive documents. The emails are like a portal back to a lost Manhattan power scene. This is when the montage starts and we do a soft fade to the 80s, I guess. Mr. Epstein's inbox was larded with bold-faced names. Many, sorry, that just all sounded a bit meaner than it was. Many of them now faded or forgotten, that once meant everything to status-obsessed New Yorkers. It was the world that Donald Trump came out of and the one that Mr. Epstein had so effectively beguiled after having grown up in a middle-class household in Coney Island. As the emails stretch through the years, they show how that protected realm vanished into the mists of time, pulled under by the rising forces of the internet and the Me Too movement. Mr. Epstein and some of his male correspondents seem to squirm as they notice society changing around them. The bulk of the documents come from an email address, jevacation@gmail.com, that was set up around 2009 when Mr. Epstein was released from the Palm Beach County Jail after having served 13 months of an 18-month sentence on a reduced charge of soliciting prostitution. Sorry, was it not soliciting prostitution from a minor specifically at that point? It wasn't exactly hard time. Florida officials allowed him to spend 12 hours a day, 6 days a week outside the facility. He could just leave. They told him where he had to stay, but they didn't make him stay there during the day. The newly available emails continue into the summer of 2019, when Mr. Epstein was arrested and imprisoned after federal prosecutors charged him with sex trafficking. He was found dead in his cell at Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan on August 10th, 2019. It could be nothing, but saying he had the charge of soliciting prostitution but not from a minor, and then saying he was charged with sex trafficking but not of minors, feels striking. Maybe I'm just mistaken about what the charges that he was officially given were. Prince Infidel says, yes, Me Too's toppled the power structure. That's exactly what happened. Yes, there's a little bit of revisionism going on already. I mean, it did, like, it changed things very much for people like Epstein. That's kind of the, like, that's kind of the bizarre, the bizarre way this feels to read is just a bit like, what are you getting at? Anyway, the earliest documents in the collection depict the twilight of an old guard made up of Wall Street billionaires, media industry heavyweights, politicians, and old money socialites, many of whom gathered at Mr. Epstein's 7-story townhouse on the Upper East Side, a mansion that one guest, Woody Allen, compared to Dracula's castle. Okay. In those days, print newspapers and magazines still held sway, and Mr. Epstein had close ties to many key players in the news media and adjacent industries. He exchanged emails with a number of insiders, including the real estate magnate Mortimer B. Zuckerman. Mortimer. Is this... I kind of want to search Mortimer B. Zuckerman. I'm just imagining the oldest possible guy. 1937, okay. Is he still alive now? Okay, alright. He's 88, coming up towards the big 100. Middle-earth Marxist says, I believe there's literally emails of Epstein plotting to use the anti-woke cancel culture narrative to escape culpability right up until just before he died. Yeah, he was, like, praising Tommy Robinson as well. Like, he... This is the thing. I saw, I think it was a thread from Bimbo Theory, shared to her Instagram some point this week, that was about shame and how, like, shame is overrated perhaps as a social tool because it's good at making people be quiet or not do the behavior that you don't like in your line of sight, but on a long enough time scale will produce people who aren't ashamed of the thing. Basically, it can create a, like, you know, a climate of people feeling afraid of the thing, but then, like, there will be people who aren't ashamed of it and, like, organize toward a world where they can do it out in the open again. And, you know, look, we got Trump now. Like, this is the the exact thing. And I think that, like, yeah, the thing we've been saying all the time and feeling like, I mean us as woke people, the thing we've been trying to point out for the past however long now, that there are very clear motives behind the organizing of reactionary politics in our society towards the protection of various interests, you know, be they the interests of, like, pedophiles, general creeps, the fossil fuel industry, like seeing, like, the fossil fuel industry has been helping to fund anti-trans stuff. It's just like, yeah, like, exactly, like, they have an analysis of wokeness and an analysis of society that is not, like, not completely idiotic. Like, they're not, like, this is kind of what I'm trying to poke at when I criticize what I call people doing the har, the fascist is so dumb. Like, I think that we need to appreciate that they have at least some understanding of how society works, and they like the bad bits. Like, I think that a big failure of leftists who are a little more liberal in the specific sense that they have all the correct values but aren't trying to act on them, aren't trying to make a world where those values are enacted and realized. yeah, is to just think that fascists are just like just dumb, and yeah, it's unfortunate because that I also don't like people saying like fascists are very, very smart, because ultimately like being a fascist, it is disqualifying. And also, like, they love the concept of intelligence. It's their whole thing. But what I think I do want to say, like, that is a, something they've done well, is recognizing, and people have been saying this the whole time, but just like the right's ability in the current era to set aside differences, recognize where there's commonality between your goals, and work together. They've clearly been doing that a bunch, right? Like, again, the fossil fuel industry funding anti-trans stuff. It's like they have to. The interesting question then is like, how conspiratorially minded do you need to get? Do you need to imagine there's a guy in a room somewhere who completely understands that patriarchal civilization, like white supremacist Western cis hetero patriarchal civilization, the Protestant work ethic, all of these like forces around modern capitalism, cohere together with like the structure of the nuclear family and the patriarchal like control of the family, and that like the ability to change sex is a threat to that structure, because the notion of changing sex is like verboten to patriarchy, and therefore to protect the fossil fuel industry, you need to push back against trans rights. Or whether they're just like, well, these two people are friends, the transgender and the climate activist, and I hate the climate activist, so I'm gonna fund the anti-transgender. Like, it's just these are questions that I think it's both and it's neither, and it's a bit somewhere in between, because it's what I've been discussing recently, this like organ thought, this like it sure is acting like a consciousness that's aware of wokeness and trying to carefully construct anti-wokeness, but that's because there are a lot of like thinking, dreaming, rational human beings inside of the thing, contributing their brain power, their compute power to it, Prince Infidel has looked up the Epstein charges for me so that I don't have to. Sorry, it's like the nostalgia critic, but like the pedophilia critic. Prince Infidel says, looked it up, and he was charged with 2 counts of solicitation of a minor, made a plea deal for solicitation, no minors mentioned, and registering as an offender. When he died, he was being charged with both sex trafficking and trafficking minors. Right, okay. I rambled on long enough then. Let's go back to the article. I wasn't trying to ramble until a chatter looks it up for me, by the way. You just reminded me that I'm... Nellie Blight says, you can't be a pedophile anymore because of woke. Yeah, I mean, that does feel like it's the claim here, right? Vaudrella says, thinking the enemy is dumb may lead to complacency. Yes, I think that's kind of at the core of what I'm getting at. Maybe I'm being too verbose. Pocket Deerbelly says, I think like fascists act in a way that's purposeful, not necessarily hyper intelligent, but they know what they're doing and they're doing it on purpose. Yeah, I guess I would link the tendency to think fascists are just dumb to a saturation of identity politics in our movement, where people are saying like, look, my lived experience is that like I'm a trans woman, for example, and I know that trans identity is valid because I am one. I know that trans people aren't lying about being trans because I'm trans and I'm not lying about it. I'm a woman, and I know the experiences of misogyny are, etc., etc., etc. I'm a lesbian, and I know experiences of homophobia are blah, 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 blah. Like, I know all these things. I have all this knowledge gained by living this way. And so when people say heinous, hateful shit, then they must be ill-informed. But it's like, if we look at it from an organizing perspective, the ruling class has incredible solidarity, and the media apparatus has incredible solidarity to the ruling class, and the street fash have incredible solidarity to the ruling class, and the police and the entire like security apparatus. They have solidarity with each other, and the media people, like, it's not a huge idea, nor one that we fail to grasp in abstract, that the media people can be saying one thing and thinking another. But when it comes to practice of this idea, we see them saying that they just don't understand pronouns, it's too complicated for them. And we're like, wow, the fascist is so dumb. And it's like, no, they're just trying to pull a move with that, with saying that kind of shit. Okay. They're trying to specifically give a talking point for people to make irritating arguments on the ground. These are all like the tactics that defined the alt-right in being trollish, right? Okay. Zyro says, yeah, you've said before, fascists practice agnotology. They want you to believe they believe in their ideals so they can pursue horrific behavior to achieve their goals. Yes, exactly. Absolutely. And like sometimes they do tell you what their goals are pretty explicitly, but a lot of the time they don't need to because you're too distracted trying to explain to them how they them pronouns work. And like if they wanted to know, they would have asked someone who was their friend. Anyway. The earliest documents in the collection depict the twilight of an old guard. We already read that bit. In those days, print newspapers and magazines still held sway, and Mr. Epstein had close ties to many key players in the news media and adjacent industries. He exchanged emails with a number of insiders, including real estate magnate Mortimer B. Zuckerman, who was then the owner of the New York Daily News, along with the journalist Michael Wolff. Mr. Zuckerman and Mr. Epstein had been part of a group that made an unsuccessful bid for New York Magazine in 2003. Mr. Zuckerman and Mr. Epstein were at it again the next year. Don't tell me that. When they tried to buy Radar magazine. The cache of emails includes exchanges about going to dinner at Rao's, the uptown Italian restaurant where it was famously hard to get a table, and an invitation for Mr. Epstein to the 25th anniversary party for the New York Observer. It was a weekly paper printed on salmon-colored newsprint and read by the city's elite. At the Four Seasons restaurant, where the elite once power lunched, is now closed. Co-hosted by Michael Bloomberg, he was the mayor, and Jared Kushner, who owned the Observer. The guest list included Matt Lauer and Harvey Weinstein. You've probably heard about what happened to them. What? Just like, okay, yeah. I mean, again, like the whole thing here, it's very easy to read as being sad they missed out on pedophile world, I guess, but trying to be charitable, they're just saying it's gone, which is itself a kind of bullshit statement that's like letting them get away with shit now. The celebration is going to be one of those quintessential New York nights, read the party invitation, which was sent by the publicist Peggy Siegel, who was one of the city's social gatekeepers up until her reputation was tarnished by association with Epstein. Ms. Siegel is all over his inbox, and her emails carry with them the atmosphere of a New York that no longer exists. She would send Mr. Epstein articles she had written for Avenue magazine, a society publication one would encounter in the lobbies of dormant buildings on the Upper East Side, and dispatches from her nights out at the Monkey Bar, back when the restaurant was co-owned by Graydon Carter, then editor of Vanity Fair. And this week, Vanity Fair did a profile on Zoran Mamdani. So, as we can see, woke has won. Game over. We can all go home. It's completely changed, and there's no fight left to fight. The emails show how the clubby nature of the old media suited Mr. Epstein. Full stop. Okay. R. Corey Hay, a well-connected press agent, was another of Mr. Epstein's correspondents. In 2011, Mr. Hay sent an email to warn that Tina Brown, former editor of the New Yorker and Vanity Fair, who was in charge of Newsweek and Daily Beast at the time, had assigned a story on Mr. Epstein to the writer Alexandra Wolf, whose father was Tom Wolf. I don't know who Tom Wolf is. This is for Newsweek, the magazine that is on the stands, not the website, Mr. Hay explained. He offered to help. He told Mr. Epstein that the planned article was to be about his re-emergence in New York after, quote, your previous problems. It's Jeffrey Epstein, come on. He suggested providing names and numbers of pro-Jeffrey power brokers for Alexa to call. Jesus Christ. Mr. Hay went on to note that the reporter had already checked in with a few people in Mr. Epstein's orbit: the private equity titan Leon Black, the Victoria's Secret billionaire Leslie Wexner, and Mr. Trump. Reached by phone on Friday, Mr. Hay insisted that he had never ended up doing any publicity work for Mr. Epstein. He added that he had only contacted the financier at the behest of a mutual friend, Jonathan Farkas, a department store heir who is included in the email dump. By the time Mr. Hay reached out, Epstein was a registered sex offender. He also faced a number of lawsuits and was under investigation by the FBI. Like, come on. Mr. Hay said that, like others who moved along among Manhattan's elite in those days, he was not fully aware of how heinous Mr. Epstein was, adding that he felt bamboozled by his accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell. Volpix99 says, quote, pro-Jeffrey power brokers? Oh, so all of them then. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. It's just like this guy, this is how I was describing it to my partner earlier, like this gives this distinct impression this guy, and everything that you read, like including the emails themselves, like was king creep. Like just like everyone being a creep was looking to him and being in contact with him and seeking like his help with arranging just being a huge creep. Maybe there would be power brokers who were in favor of, I don't know, who were trying to take his spot as king creep, but I doubt it's like, you know, the power wokers, they're anti-Jeffrey power brokers because they're so feminist and care so much about his horrible crimes. Okay. I admit that I too, along the way, had been blinded a little by the glamorous facade that Jeffrey and Ghislaine put on in social circles in New York and in Palm Beach, he said. In his attempts to improve his public image in 2011, Mr. Epstein also emailed Miss Siegel trying to get her to lean on Arianna Huffington to publish some pro-Jeffrey content in the Huffington Post. It's now caught on with the writer of this article. It's pro-Jeffrey. Quote, if you rewrite your last email in better grammar, Miss Siegel wrote, I can cut and paste and send it to Arianna Huffington from me. Ro the Fair Thing Lion says, Rebecca Watson's Skeptic's new video is a great look into this. Yes, I actually watched it the other day. If people don't know, it's very focused on Lawrence Krauss, which is Lawrence Krauss talking to Jeffrey Epstein is the reason that Rebecca Watson herself, it turns out, gets mentioned in the Epstein emails, which is fucking crazy. What was I gonna say? The way he talks to Epstein, though, is like, it must be the most embarrassing entry that someone could have, short of being Epstein, maybe even more so, because it's him saying like, Jeffrey, why haven't you talked to me? Jeffrey, pay me more attention. Like, he's very, like, he really wants to be Jeffrey Epstein's friend, which is just like, oof. And, oh, I've lost all my windows. No, they're back. It's okay. B-Rat says, Rebecca's videos are top-notch. Absolutely. Abigail Online says, oh, that was so fun. Good on her for being in the Epstein files for how consistently anti-pedophile she's been. Yeah, that's like, that was a great take. That was a great line she had. Just like, it is the best reason you could hope to be in the Epstein files. Because you're there saying, I'm really, really against everything about this. And then one of Epstein's creeps has reported this to Epstein and say, what do I do? Also, can I come to your island? I'm so lonely. Where were we up to? Huffington, pro-Jeffrey content, cut and paste. Ms. Siegel said Friday that she never did forward that email to Ms. Huffington, so then why did she tell Mr. Epstein she would? People say things just to get people off the phone, Ms. Siegel said. I was never contacted, said Ms. Huffington, who co-founded the Huffington Post, now HuffPost, in 2005 and stayed on through 2016. Mr. Epstein was also in contact with Landon Thomas Jr., a reporter at the New York Times from 2002. Oh, that's the publication we're reading right now, is the New York Times. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's like the people who are reporting, who we have to read their takes about. They're the same. I mean, how many fucking degrees removed is anyone at the New York Times then now from Epstein? Anyway, Mr. Thomas, who wrote a feature story on Epstein for New York Magazine in 2002, left the Times after, quote, his failure to abide by our ethical standards. Womp womp. The lapse came when Mr. Thomas was found to have solicited a donation from Mr. Epstein for a cultural center in Harlem. So, the failure to abide by ethical standards was getting a donation from Epstein after he was already convicted. Okay. As print began to fade, Mr. Epstein hired a digital consultant to try to squelch negative articles about himself from search results, but it didn't seem to work. Mr. Epstein sent a series of screenshots to the consultant in 2014, showing that when he searched his name from a new computer in the Virgin Islands, the results remained the same. Mr. Wolf popped into Mr. Epstein's inbox often to brainstorm about how to shape his media coverage, suggesting that publications might accept an opinion piece or a reporter who could prove sympathetic. Mr. Wolf offered up his own column inches to help his friend. He had joined USA Today as a freelance columnist, and he mentioned in 2015 that he could use New York Magazine. In 2016, Mr. Wolf advised Epstein to try to do some reputational repair work with an appearance on Charlie Rose's PBS talk show. Like, when he's become, like, already basically known as the world's most famous pedophile, like, and also, I don't know if people are saying this enough, but, like, he was rich, right, the whole time, like, it's not like he was, I don't even know what, like, there's no reason for him to try and I don't know. There's obviously a reason from his point of view to try and lie about everything, but there's his, like, he could just take the money and fuck off, is all I'm trying to say. Until the rest of his enormous crimes came out anyway. Mr. Rose would lose that show, not to mention his anchor job at CBS in 2017, when multiple allegations of sexual harassment were made against him at the height of the Me Too movement. From the vantage point of Mr. Epstein's inbox, the revelations concerning the abusive behavior of men in power played out like a psychological thriller. Mr. Epstein wrote to one confidant, quote, so many guys caught up in the Me Too Sorry, I forgot he's like... He can't really string words together. So many guys caught up in the Me Too, reaching out to me, asking when does the madness stop. To another he wrote, Brett Ratner now. Oi. Mr. Epstein was referring to the film director and producer who had stepped away from a $450 million deal with Warner Brothers after the Los Angeles Times reported on allegations made against him by 6 women. Mr. Ratner has since resurfaced as the director of Melania, a soon-to-be-released Amazon Prime documentary about Melania Trump, which the First Lady is producing. Mr. Epstein and Mr. Wolf also emailed about another director whose reputation had sagged, their mutual friend, Woody Allen. Mr. Epstein fretted to Mr. Wolf that Mr. Allen's brain trust wasn't savvy enough to help him fight back in the digital era. They are all old thinkers, Mr. Epstein wrote, adding, no social media strategy. There's no social media strategy for you being the most famous pedophile in the world. I just, like, these people really... I guess I'm now getting some of the articles, like, claim of just, like, this is just a peek into a world that doesn't exist, in the sense that, like, now it feels super obvious that there is no social media strategy for when you've just become the most famous pedophile in the world. But yeah, bizarre to kind of see someone think that could be the case. Where are we up to? In 2018, someone forwarded to Mr. Epstein that year's program for Ms. Brown's Women in the World Summit, which boasted a, quote, power-packed agenda of remarkable female newsmakers sharing their stories of male misbehavior. Let's do a Men of the World conference, wrote Lawrence Krauss, a prominent theoretical physicist at Arizona State University. By leaving this out, I think Rebecca Watson might have missed a trick here. That's fucking crazy that he said that. Lawrence Krauss, prominent theoretical physicist at Arizona State University, who would soon depart the university after being accused by several women of sexual misconduct. His proposed summit, he wrote, would include Kevin Spacey, Bill Clinton, Al Franken, and Mr. Allen. Holy shit. Toward the end of his life, Mr. Epstein expressed amazement about the sudden cultural shift in an email to Joy Ito, who ran the media lab at MIT, until he resigned in 2019 over his connection to Epstein. In addition to losing his MIT post, Mr. Ito stepped down from the board positions at the MacArthur Foundation, the John S. and James L. Knight Foundation, and the New York Times Company. Quote, with all these guys getting busted for harassment, I have moved slightly up the reputation ladder and have been asked every day for advice, etc., Mr. Epstein wrote to Mr. Ito. So many of the people whose names appear in the recently released emails have now left the public stage, but not the man occupying the Oval Office. Quote, Epstein was a Democrat and he's the Democrats' problem, Mr. Trump wrote in a social media post on Friday. He then set his sights on the former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers and the venture capitalist and Democratic political donor Reid Hoffman. Quote, ask Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman, and Larry Summers about Epstein. They know all about him. Don't waste your time with Trump. I have a country to run. And that's the article. And it was just kind of... It is definitely helpful when writers of this kind of article are willing to do the, like, point evidence explanation, like, high school essay writing layout, so that you have a real firm, like, and in conclusion, what I mean to say by this is that, like, that would be nice. But they don't owe it to us. They don't have to do that, obviously. But yeah, this article felt, like, quite notably sans point, like, except for it to say that the world used to work this way and now doesn't at all, which Volpix989 says, let's have a losers of the world conference. Abigail Online says the women of the world should hold a men of the world conference to figure out what's wrong with them. I am once again reminded of the post I saw this week about 30 female bonobos beating an aggressive male bonobo to death and then scissoring on top of his body. Just seems it's coming up for me for some reason, and due to Twitch terms of service, I can't fully explain why it's coming up for me, but it's just present in my mind. So I think that article is a little bit opaque, and I think that it's best served by poking around a little bit more at the other stuff we got prepared for tonight, because it seems a little like... It's almost like when people are like, I'm just asking questions. They say, this article says, like, this is looking at a bygone era. And then you're like, yeah, that is describing a bygone era. Things are not the same as that anymore. But what else are we supposed to take away from that? Anyway, we are. Pocket Dear Belly says, well, I think those bonobos were feminist. Yeah, quite possibly. So we're going to read another Epstein article next. I am not going to read through the drop site stuff, the Newsweek thing. We are going to look at women keep ruining the workplace. Okay. I'm going to take a 5-minute break and get a new cup of tea, and then I will be back with the next article. If you've been enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command TIP. In chat, that's !TIP. I haven't explained all the stuff about money today, but it's nice having money and being able to make choices with money and buy myself things, buy my partner things, buy my beautiful wife all the things that she could possibly want, mostly delicious food. So please tip if you're enjoying the stream, because it's nice when I get paid for doing my job. That includes you, VOD watchers. I appreciate when you tip me as well, or when you subscribe to my Patreon, which is also available through my Linktree. And we are at £250 there. So if we get to about there, it'll be $350, and then I will tell a 10-minute long joke. That's the promise. I'm already anticipating the panic of running out of 10-minute long jokes, but I am going to keep that as the goal for as many 10-minute long jokes as I can manage. Okay, 5-minute break. Gonna get some tea, and is it Little Zoran again? Yeah, I think it is. Prince Infidel says, feminism's gone too far. Can't even be violent without women killing you and scissoring on your body. Volpix99 says, anyone else getting woke vibes from these bonobos? Exactly. Too woke. It's all gone too woke. Oh no, I think I've lost the tunes I was playing before. Chat, one sec, this is going to be annoying dead air, but I just need to look the thing back up again. Oh. There it is. Okay, cool. Abigail Online has said, tipping will make me, brackets, Sophie's fat wife, even fatter. It's true. Tip to make my fat wife even fatter. Use command tip to inflate her, making her big and round. I will be back in 5 minutes with some tea. And I'm back. Okay. This is now a bit too loud. Turn it right down. There we go. That's much better. I come back on screen. Hello everyone. Hi. I have some tea now. And we're going to read David Brooks's opinion piece for the New York Times. The Epstein story? Count me out. Yeah, just gonna be so much of the New York Times picking its side throughout this stream today, I guess. Yeah, I think we can bear in mind the Epstein emails reveal a bygone era article that we just read as we go a bit into this one. Pocket Belly says Epstein, more like Eps. Dom. Okay, let's get to it. Here we go. Okay. The Epstein story, Count Me Out by David Brooks. Okay. Never before have I been so uncertain about the future. Think of all the giant issues that confront us. Artificial intelligence. Potential financial bubbles. You just said the same thing twice. The decline of democracy. Whose fault is that? The New York Times. The rise of global authoritarianism. You just said the same thing twice. Although the global authoritarianism is a fucking peak way to describe it, because you're you know, so many of us are like, well, the imperial core is becoming completely fascist, and it's just going to be this until we get socialism, until we can successfully have a socialist revolution. And guys like this are like, it's becoming authoritarian because it needs to be, because it's a dog-eat-dog world out there, and China is authoritarian, so, I mean, meanwhile, we're all just like, fucking, China looks like Mars in the year 3050 compared to the UK right now. The collapse of reading scores, okay, and general literacy. This is because the American ruling class deliberately undermined education. China's sudden scientific and technological dominance. This is bad because you're racist. Russian advances in Ukraine. That is bad. Finally. And I could go on and on. So climate change was... So let's just... I might have... It was a big paragraph. So it's not... This doesn't seem to be strange. I thought I must have just missed that in the list of big issues that we face. So what has America's political class decided to obsess about over the last several months? Jeffrey Epstein. Sorry. It's just, this is like... This is what this article is going to be about. It's going to be about how you shouldn't care about Jeffrey Epstein at all. You shouldn't care in the slightest about how so many of the world's ruling class simply are pedophiles, or have been implicated in the vicious web of sexual misconduct, sexual assault, rape, pedophilia, and blackmail that Epstein seems to have been at the center of. You just shouldn't care, really. Just don't even worry about it. I think there's as a brief aside, it's worth commenting on factors that draw people's attention around the Epstein thing, particularly because, I'd rather, before we get into the article, consider, kind of untainted by the article, what perspective you might have to say, I don't care about this. You might have the perspective, COP30 just happened, or is still happening right now, and a bunch of indigenous protesters literally kicked down the door because of the emergency that our climate is. Now, David Brooks hasn't said that that's an issue, hasn't actually listed climate change is an issue, but there are so many things. The genocide, but then the New York Times is pro-genocide, so... But even if you were to argue that the Epstein thing has a disproportionate level of spectacular focus in the world of politics, and you could do this by saying the fact that it's, I don't know. I'm trying really hard to reach for a charitable reason for him to be don't even worry about Epstein. Don't even worry about that at all. I guess there is some degree of as I said, there are more urgent issues, but David Brooks has not very successfully outlined them. And in terms of the decline of democracy, which is probably the easiest one out of his list for us to agree on, the thing to do about that is to fight back again. I mean, he wouldn't agree at all about what we have to do about that in the slightest. So, I don't know. We're just going to have to get into it. I was going to try and construct a steel man for this position, but I'm EP. If you're EP, consider paying for the stream to support an EP goal in solidarity. Jeffrey Epstein. This is a guy who's been dead for 6 years. You're right, David. You shouldn't speak ill of the dead. We should just move on. Who was last in touch with Donald Trump 21 years ago, Trump has said. Come on now. Come on now. Just come on now. Why is Epstein the top issue in American life right now? Well, in an age in which more and more people get their news from short videos, if you're in politics, the media, or online, it pays to focus on topics that are salacious. I hate the word salacious for personal reasons, but it makes me break out in hives. are easy to understand and allow you to offer self-confident opinions with no actual knowledge. But the most important reason the Epstein story tops our national agenda is that the QAnon mentality has taken over America. Okay. Okay, now. Okay, no. You know what? I will push ahead with the steel manning of this position just for a second. Because I think that there is an earnest cultural tie that isn't just a coincidence, but between QAnon and Epstein. It isn't just a coincidence that the ruling class are all pedophiles, and also there's been a massive broad church, big tent conspiracy pulling everything in that has had enormous effect on American culture and politics in recent years that centers around the idea the ruling class are all pedophiles. It's because of the way that our society constructs the pedophile as the ultimate evil, which is like not to say that pedophiles are in any way not doing one of the worst conceivable things a person could do. They obviously are. But our society makes them into a figure toward whom any kind of level of ire or revenge is legitimate, right? Like when people think of the worst person they possibly can in order to, construct a thought experiment of like what would be okay to do in fucking Guantanamo Bay, right? Like the terrorist, for that matter, in Guantanamo Bay, and the pedophile are like the two main figures in culture as the absolute worst people. And like the terrorist has faded out of culture to some degree since 9/11. Certainly in the 2000s, especially the early 2000s, like they were neck and neck. Now I think it's more concretely the pedophile again. There is some writing around this idea. There's an essay that's quite well known called Afternoon of the Sex Children, but I think they had to change the name because of the name. They had to change the name because of the name. That is about this phenomenon of like society constructing the pedophile as the ultimate evil in society. Foucault has also made points about this, although for obvious reasons he has some kind of bias. But the point in this piece of writing that I referenced is that society fetishizes youth, and society is organized in a patriarchy, and so society drives toward the domination of the weak, the feminine, and the young to be possessed as sexual objects. In this way, society has an underlying like pedophilic culture to it. When people ponder over like child beauty pageants, right? When Always Sunny have their episode about child beauty pageants and how just how like fucked they are as a phenomenon, and then they kind of poke at the phenomenon by like looking at its interrelation with people being creeps towards children. Like the irony there comes from the fact that celebration of the like beauty in a sexualized way of youth is like normalized in our society, and then society kind of reacts allergically to itself in creating like the figure of the ultimate evil of the pedophile. And I think that's the commonality between that's the reason there is like a meaningful link between Epstein and QAnon, is that like when trying to come up with a conspiratorial fantasy about the ruling class that explains why they are evil, fucking demonic creatures that we as a species can do without, that they're completely parasitic and the worst possible class of person. If you were just writing a story, which is in effect what QAnon is doing, just a mass collective fiction construction. QAnon and Homestuck. There's an essay for someone who understands, who knows any Homestuck or wants to know any Homestuck to write. Not me. I'm not gonna do it. But if you were writing a story about the ruling class being the worst and them needing destroying, the worst thing they could be doing is a massive child sex trafficking ring, obviously, right? And when it then turns out that the ruling class are doing that, or as I've been putting on my Blue Sky recently with every new revelation in this stuff, just the ruling class are pedophiles, thumbs up emoji. Because when I do that, I'm just like, we all get that, right? Like, we just get that this is the situation. But the reason that situation is like that is that our society is telling everyone, essentially, that control and domination of again, the weak, the feminine, and children, and possession of them as sexual objects, sexual prizes, is like the preserve of the most powerful people. And that's something that society is telling us, that they're the most valuable kind of prize in that realm, is a supply of young, perhaps underage women. And that's like, and then so we find out that the ruling class are doing exactly that. It's because yes, of course they are, right? Like they are thinking we're going to get away with doing the ultimate like sin, like, you know, we're going to get away with doing like the most evil thing we could be doing in private. Like, really, like, what is the point of having all this power if not to what, right? And it's their entire mindset and their entire life and their entire environment leads them to this point that they're all pedophiles. Like, obviously. And I think that, yeah, I don't know, just like that is the strong, meaningful link between like QAnon inventing a story where the ruling class are all pedophiles and the declassification of documents and the leaks of emails and stuff that show us that, yes, in fact, the ruling class are all pedophiles. Okay. Roe the Fair Thing Lion says, autopedophobia. Yeah, society constructing its ultimate evil in pedophilia because because society has so much cultural pedophilia to it, patriarchal society, I mean, to be clear. Like, and this also, like, you know, that's the really galling thing, just as an aside, about like the way that queer culture gets slandered specifically with this association, when it's like, it's patriarchal culture that's, like with just about all forms of interpersonal harm, and especially sexual harm, guess what? It's cis men again. Overwhelmingly. Anyway. I think Pocket Dear Belly says, I think importantly, attraction has relatively little to do with CSA. The reason so many powerful people assault children is because children are a relatively marginalized group. Them being for very politically powerful men is just a bonus, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Spaceberry, hello, welcome to the chat. I'm shifting around a little bit now because the heat pad's kind of toasting my buns. It's really nice though because it's cold as hell in here. We've had a really like beautifully clear week, and that's the thing I was going to do. I was going to show you some of my telescope pictures. We went out stargazing with some friends the other day, and I got my new best picture of Jupiter so far. I think it looks really, really gorgeous. Here it is. It's hang on a second. I need to show you it. I need to show you it at full size first, so you get what I was laughing at when I loaded it up. It's there. Because, you know, shit's really far away. Until I get a camera with a bigger sensor, I will not be able to take higher res pictures, but I'm getting as much detail as I can from the camera that I have for the meantime. Oh, incidentally, tip, please. Please do command ! Tip. Since I just reminded myself a camera with a bigger sensor would be a nice thing to have at some point. But yeah, like this is the best like level of detail I've gotten of Jupiter so far. I'm really, really proud of it. You can see like shape to the weather bands, like you can actually see them like dipping around, and like I think this is one of the first times it's looked so much just like itself, right? Like I've had pictures before where it looks like a smooth orb. I've had pictures before where it looks kind of like a baseball. It's got the two lines on it. But this one, you're like, these are wavy bands, and you can see that like up here is darker than this part. This part's lighter in between these two. This bit's got the distinctly white bit here. And this is really cool. This shadow here turned out to be, when we checked back the time of the picture being taken, turned out to be the shadow from Ganymede here falling onto the atmosphere. Just that very smudgy dark spot there is actually the shadow of Jupiter's moon. That's so cool. I'm really, really pleased with that. Spaceberry saying, did you use stacking? I did not with this time around. I put together several of my... I did manual stacking. I put together several of my own single shot pictures and then to create this basically, and fiddle with the levels on them a little bit to bring out the features, make it more high contrast. But I need to think a little bit about like adjusting ISO in video, I think, because if I could record a like lower ISO, like less exposed video of it, I would probably be able to stack frames with more detail in them together, which would be really, really cool. Abigail Online says, Jupiter is big and round and keeps us all safe. It's true. Just that's why we love her so much. I got distracted. So Ganymede, what have we got? Ganymede, Europa, Io over here, and I thought that Callisto was like hidden, like super close to Jupiter, and then when I looked back at the pictures, like I have another picture I could show you of this, but it like Callisto is like over here basically, just like way out of frame. That was the one. Where, I wonder, did I save the other pictures? I'm going to come back onto this screen just for a second while I open up other stuff. I've now updated my best pictures of the planets, because that one's definitely my new best picture of Jupiter. Yes, I got a really good picture of the... So I may have shown this on stream before, I'm not sure, but I've got a file that is the like NASA file picture or whatever of, hey Husker, great to see you. The like NASA or like James Webb Telescope or whatever picture of the Orion Nebula, where you can see so much detail of the like the plume of space dust coming out of it and all this stuff, and like the next big like trail of cloud over, all this stuff. And then I'm trying to map on my own pictures of the Orion Nebula, and here it is in its state as it was at the start of this week before we did the stargazing trip. So like this is the big super powerful telescope file photo I've got to help me map out the pictures of the nebula and the surrounding star field. And I've got, like, you can see very faint little glow around the center of the nebula, where if you look at the analogous bit, it's incredibly bright. And now, this week, because of the very clear night and the trip out of London and away from the light pollution, I actually got a much clearer picture of the central glow of the nebula. So my Orion map is progressing. There's obviously like a lot more, like really a ton more stuff for me to get. I think, the glow around these stars might be next if I can, or like try to just get more of this plume in general. What I really love about this is that you can see this same shape, like this, whatever it must be, like more particulate matter or whatever, or more gas cloud that's between us and like the center of the nebula. You can see the same dip there in towards the central star. Yeah, I'm just really happy with that. And that was most of it, I think, for the trip out this week. But I will keep you posted with new astrophotography updates because I like talking about it and it's my stream. Huskadoo, hey, Husker says, hey Soph, have you seen the picture NASA got of Jupiter captured under ultraviolet light? So I think that all images not in the visible light spectrum are obviously recolored to put like, you know, this wavelength to this wavelength, remapped as it were. Jupiter and UV NASA. And I think the one you're talking about is the one where Jupiter is basically a trans flag, which is delightful. Is it that one? Here we go. We got a whole bunch of them actually, so we'll just look at some because they're all wonderful. Princess Beck Knight, hello, welcome to the stream. Beck says, always love the astrophotography interludes. I'm glad you enjoy them. I'm gonna keep on doing them whenever I have new stuff to show because I really like doing it. But yeah, like this has been obviously recolored. It's not like you just have an ultraviolet camera that just takes this and this is what ultraviolet quote unquote really looks like or whatever. And I'm not meaning to lecture by saying that, but trying to point out that like someone colored it this way. someone made a choice about Jupiter like this. But it's the JAXA probe Akatsuki, Venus in IR and UV. Oh, I wonder where we'll find it. So this is Venus in infrared, and they've used infrared to color some of the weather bands to make just higher contrast, because Jupiter is generally just pretty blank, like it's kind of like a pearl, like in that you can make out some very faint detail, but it's all just gas. It has incredibly thick clouds surrounding the planet. But they had a recolored Venus that was pink and blue and really, really gorgeous that I remember seeing sometime recently, but I can't seem to find it right now. If I went to the Akatsuki probe, oh, that's a hint of it actually. IR2 gallery, yeah, this is going to be the one. So if people are wondering about how I spend my my time these days, a lot of my like mental health time is just carefully clicking through these exact kind of galleries, because a lot of different space agencies use the same layout for their this kind of web page. I'm saying I've become intimately familiar with just like galleries like this of stuff that they've generated of the solar system and from around the solar system. It's just very, very incredibly peaceful to flick through like landscapes on Mars, or the like hexagonal storms on top of a gas giant or whatever. Can't recommend strongly enough. But yeah, I think although Jupiter has the kind of banding that aligns with the hang on a sec, do we need to do this? Yeah, there we go. Although Jupiter has the banding that aligns with the trans flag, I've never much liked the stripes of the flag as a design. It's one of my beefs with vexillology in general, to be honest. Pocket Deerbelly says Saturn has the hexagonal polar vortexes. Yes, it does. I might bring them up on stream in a second, actually, because they're really gorgeous. But I love this as looking. It's just quite like it's quite like that like texture, like fur or whatever that you brush one way. Or it's usually with like sequins and stuff. You brush one way and it's one color, and another way and it's a different color, and like that with pink and blue. Is how it just looks so like texturally delightful. Yeah. Anyway, this is wonderful, and yeah, let's go Saturn polar vortex. So yeah, Saturn's hexagon. Yeah, people don't know about this. Basically, Saturn has a big hexagon on it, because of forces that I can't properly explain. Hello, Haley Snaily. Wonderful to have you here. because of forces that... Look, I don't understand how weather works on Earth all that well, let alone on a planet that has no solid surface and is just gas the whole way through. But just wonderful to look at, like really, really pleasing. Anyway, obviously, as you can see, my my pictures need more pixel. My pictures need more pixel, please. Please, my planet is dying. It needs more pixel to live. If you are enjoying the stream, consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe, watch here, or donate directly using command tip, and I might use some of the money towards a camera with a bigger receiver so I can take nicer pictures of Jupiter. And, you know, if I get that by tipping through stream tips, I will recolor the picture to be a trans flag. That's my promise to you. Okay, we are doing a PLIBERAL SLOP stream. We are going to read about plibberalism. We're going to read some plibberal-related articles. And what do I mean by that? I mean we are working towards Ross Douthat's What is Post-Liberalism Anyway? But we're in the middle of an article about... We're right in the middle of an article about Epstein by David Brooks. David Brooks is telling us this whole Epstein thing. Who even cares if the president's a pedophile? So what? Which, like, I have to admit a little sympathy for. Not in that I don't think the Epstein case matters at all, but in that it's not surprising at all the idea that the ruling class are pedophiles, and that's why you just say the ruling class of pedophiles, thumbs up emoji, and you move on with your day. I do agree it's not a thing that we can super meaningfully organize around right this second. Like, there's not a way for us to meaningfully participate, and in that regard, it's just a spectacle that is just just taking energy. But I don't think that's what David Brooks is saying. Okay. QAnon mentality has taken over America. The QAnon mentality is based on the assumption the American elite is totally evil. The American elite is totally evil. David Brooks, 2025. Hermeneutics, welcome to the stream. It's lovely to have you here. And I think I saw Valerie, the lovely Italian, in earlier. Hey, Valerie, lovely to have you here. Who else have I missed? To Distraction. And I did say hi to Huskadoo. Jenny Azoth, lovely to have you here. Although you were possibly here earlier. Rob, welcome to the stream. Cool, let's carry on. And that American institutions are totally corrupt. American institutions are totally corrupt. David Brooks, 2025. If there is a pizzeria on Connecticut Avenue in Northwest DC, it must be because Hillary Clinton is running a child abuse sex ring in the basement. Hillary Clinton is running a child abuse sex ring. David Brooks, 2025. The Epstein case is precious to the QAnon types. Okay now. The Epstein case is precious to the QAnon types because here, in fact, was a part of the American elite that really was running a sex abuse ring. A part of the American elite. So, of course, they leaped to the conclusion that Epstein was a typical member of the American establishment. Epstein was a typical member of the American establishment. David Brooks, 2025. Let's get that on a t-shirt, everybody. You know what? Let's get the full quote. It's not fair to him to take him out of context. I want on a t-shirt. Epstein was a typical member of the American establishment, not an outlier. David Brooks, 2025. It's grooming and sex trafficking all the way down. You know, we could include that too. That's good. A previous generation of John Birch Society conspiracists were not content to claim that Alger Hiss was a communist spy, which he was. They also had to insist that President Dwight Eisenhower was a paid Soviet agent. Hermeneutics in chat says, what if real things and fake things were the same thing? Hi, I'm David Brooks. Okay. Another feature of the QAnon mentality is the conviction that if investigators fail to find evidence to support their febrile imagining, then that is proof that they too are part of the cover-up. If the FBI and Justice... I hate when dudes who have no interest in misinformation and conspiracy as an actual field of study try to, like, grandstand over, like, you know, like, they know so well about how conspiracists work. It's like, you can't talk meaningfully about conspiracy theory without properly confronting what it means when conspiracy theories are true. And this guy is just not going to be interested or prepared at all to do that. Okay. If the FBI and Justice Department conclude there was no Epstein client list and there was no evidence that Epstein blackmailed people, as they did conclude, then let's throw out the rule of law and throw investigators' raw information onto the internet and let the social media mobs can sort things out. Let's throw out the rule of law. David Brooks, 2025. What could go wrong? To Candace Owens, Epstein was not just a rancid man. He was a scheming Jew working on behalf of Israel to control assets via blackmail. Well, she has racist reasons to say what she's saying. And also, Epstein does seem to have been a Mossad asset. But it's infinitely worth repeating, America controls Israel as a settler colonialist outpost of white supremacy, not the other way around. Your t-shirt looks like an optical illusion moving around at this low resolution, lol. Volpix989 saying, I'm creating a moire with my titties. The pattern of the pixels on the screen and the pattern of my stripy top. They're interacting. I can see it too. I can see it in the little camera in the corner. It's quite fun. I wonder if this will... Yeah, that's quite fun. Okay. Candace Owens... Right, Candace Owens is racist, is the thing. It doesn't mean she's right when... because the reason that she believes is that Jews have a secret network around the world, and it's much more to do with... It's much more Epstein is a rich white pedophile is the reason that Israel has a relationship to him. Abigail Online saying, I've been hypnotized this whole time. I've done something to chat. Use command tip. Row the Fair Thing Lion says CRT titties. That is it. That's exactly what it's giving. Sometimes when I'm moving around as well, it stops doing it for a second. And then it returns, which must be to do with aliasing, or like the thing I've forgotten the name for, where video tries to render stuff that's changing less, a bit less effortfully. That's quite fun. It makes me look a little bit green screen. I'm realizing it's actually quite visible on the full screen version as well. It's still... That's really fun. This has been going on this whole time. I didn't even realize. Okay. Going back to the article. Sorcha Flora says, someone who thinks something because of racism isn't actually correct if the thing they believe is superficially accurate. Yes, exactly. Okay. Conspiracy thinking is always present at the fringes of society. It goes mainstream only when politicians and other leaders make it so. That's what Donald Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Mace, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and others have been doing. Who stole the 2020 election? A vast conspiracy. Who runs America? The deep state. Who runs America? The deep state. David Brooks, 2025. We don't actually have to practice the art of democracy. If we can just reveal the hidden conspiracy, our enemies will be destroyed. Yes, and the flaw with this thinking is that there are problems with society, systemic issues that need changing, that are not the fault of like 10 guys in a room somewhere that you can find and kill. It's like 100 guys. There's about 100 of them. There's like, how many How many CEOs did the fossil fuel industry have for us? I don't know. I can kind of understand why Machiavellian Republicans would spew conspiracy theories. Those theories stoke cynicism, which served Republican ends. The government can never be trusted. Politicians are all liars. Cynicism causes people to check out of politics, or to be more precise, it causes them to care only about politics when they can destroy something. Oof. You know what? Cynicism causes people to care only about politics when they can destroy something? I hate to hand it to it, but that might be a David Brooks banger there. As The Economist noted in an editorial 2019, cynical politicians denigrate institutions and vandalize them. See, this, though, you've immediately swung back the other way. It's just like, oh no, my institutions. I'm sorry, like, your institutions were dog-ass fucking bullshit in place to protect capital and its thrall-like power over society. It's a straight line from Candace Owens to Russell Vought. What I don't understand is why some Democrats are hopping on this bandwagon. So our first article was very strongly tying Epstein and his downfall to Me Too. And we will encounter this a bit more in a bit. Brooks has rhetorically done some little sleight of hand, a little switcheroo, by telling us first of all that Epstein is a QAnon type thing to care about. Like, as if people wouldn't care the president might be a pedophile, the entire ruling class might be pedophiles. This is a QAnon way to think, and it's just a few bad apples. And who even cares about flight logs anyway? There you go. There's the quote, David Brooks, who even cares about Epstein flight logs? There could be all sorts of names in the Lolita Express. They may believe the Epstein file will somehow hurt Trump. Okay. They are undermining public trust and sowing public cynicism in ways that make the entire progressive project impossible. Caring about whether the president might be a pedophile is undermining public trust and sowing public cynicism and making the entire progressive project impossible. I'm going to have a sip of tea. I'm going to read that sentence again because I think I must be slipping into a fever because of how little sense that makes. Okay. They are, by caring about the Epstein file release, by caring about the possibility the president, the emperor of the world, there's a dang Cheeto in the White House, by caring that the dang Cheeto might be a pedophile, they are undermining public trust and sowing public cynicism in ways that make the entire progressive project impossible. Oof. They are contributing to a public atmosphere in which right-wing populism naturally thrives. Uh-huh. Sure. Just like, David, what are you on about? What the fuck are you talking about, David? Yes, stoking... Again, here we could, if we had a worthwhile analysis of how society constructs the figure of the worst possible person as the pedophile, if we had an analysis of that sociologically or in critical theory, then we could say, yeah, you know, like the right wing responds often to the spectacular image of the pedophile and its association with various minority groups, right, as a way to stoke division, bigotry, and rage. But it's only now that it's against the ruling class it's only now that that's against the ruling class, David Brooks wants us to just slow down a minute with all this calling people pedophiles. We need to just chill out a little bit with all this calling people pedophiles. It's a bit much now that you're doing it to the president. You know, it's really punching down if you think about it. I have been especially startled to see Ro Khanna, a House Democrat, and one of the most impressive politicians in America, use the phrase the Epstein class. I'm sorry, this is like incel talk. Like the way that like people who have nothing to say to you but just want to like make you conform to their point of view online. The whole like debate pervert sphere do this a bunch of this shit. Um, like I think that Ro Khanna is one of the most impressive politicians in America, and I was really disappointed to see Ro Khanna caring about Epstein at all. Really disappointed. It's like, I'm sorry, David. Can you like show me a? Can you send me a picture in your Ro Khanna hat and your Ro Khanna t-shirt? Like, I don't believe you. I just don't. I'm just gonna say straightforwardly, David, I don't believe you. And if you do like this politician, it will be for the worst conceivable fucking reasons, and still they owe you nothing. Especially, they don't owe you to not use the phrase the Epstein class. I've been especially startled to see Ro Khanna, a House Democrat, one of the most impressive politicians in America, use the phrase the Epstein class in his public statements. Come on now. Taryn and Bunny, welcome to the stream. Says that you're a first-time chatter. Your message reads, QAnon, quote, a bunch of politicians we don't like are pedophiles. The evidence is a bunch of anonymous 4chan posts. Now, quote, a bunch of politicians from all over the spectrum are pedophiles. The evidence is points at overstuffed filing cabinet full of documents. David Brooks, quote, these two things are the same. Yes, yeah, exactly. Exactly spot on. Fucking ridiculous. And it's just, this is because it's class consciousness is rising up here. Because there is some class consciousness happening and people are seeing, again, you just post, the ruling class are pedophiles, thumbs up emoji. You just need to boil it down as simple as possible. just like I actually don't much mind us stoking hatred towards our enemy if our enemy is the ruling class. I don't mind saying the ruling class are all pedophiles. So Ro Khanna used the phrase the Epstein class. David Brooks is very disappointed. In an interview with my colleague David Leonhardt this week, Khanna explained that he had gotten the phrase from voters who asked him if he was on the side of forgotten Americans or the Epstein class. Yeah, man. Look, it's like, it's the final insult, right? Like, it's just the final fucking insult with this stuff. Okay, you've got the massive surge of American imperialism and success of like the implementation, the violent, bloody implementation of neoliberalism until America is this massively dominant world superpower, and through endless interfering with other countries and covert ops, manages just to crush socialism all around the world, and like genocide upon genocide, with endless blood staining the hands of Henry Kissinger and everyone who enabled him. And then you have the bubble of peace around the end of the 90s, start of the 2000s, except for 9/11, which only in that moment served to make Americans feel even more justified about how great America was and how much they deserved to kick the shit out of the poorest countries on earth. And then there was the financial crash, and the war in Iraq, and then we were promised an identity politics solution. There will be a black president, things will get better, things will get fairer, things will heal. And then he was exactly the same, and used drones to kill a bunch of people. And then we had Trump. And somewhere in this incredible, rapid decline into the American century of humiliation, we discovered that not only are Americans not getting healthcare, not only are the lofty heights of the multicultural, progressive, utopian project simply collapsing, its promises completely abandoned, not only will there be no bailouts for regular people, only for banks, not only were there no WMDs ever, and they knew there weren't, and so many people died so many civilians killed, 500,000 Iraqis. Not only all this shit, but the ruling class of pedophiles. The ruling class of pedophiles, right? Like it's the everything, and then this that makes this so transfixing for people, because it's just the final fucking insult to so many people, right? You put so many things aside, waiting for your little guy to make things how you want in politics, right? Because people in politics, they're just little guys. And you pick your favorite little guy, and you back him, and hopefully things get better. And you look past all sorts of systemic violence that's worsening all the fucking time. And then it turns out all the little guys... Right. We are here. Cannon tried to describe the mentality of the people he encountered. Quote, I realize how much the abuse by rich and powerful men of young girls and the sense of a rape island that Epstein had set up for people embodied the corruption of government. And then many of them saw Donald Trump as fighting this corrupt government. Yes, exactly. He promised to be, right? I know a thing or two about the American elite. Ahem. If you've read my work. Oh, David. Oh, David. Yes, I know that you know a thing or two about the American elite. Christ almighty. You may be sick of my assaults on the educated elites for being insular, self-indulgent, and smug. No, David. No, I'm not. I don't think you've gone too far attacking the elite. But the phrase, the Epstein class, is inaccurate, unfair, and irresponsible. Say what you will about our financial, educational, non-profit, and political elites, they are not mass rapists. Let's get this on a t-shirt, folks. Say what you want about our financial, educational, non-profit, and political elites. David Brooks 2025. When we see this on the t-shirt, we say, everybody with me now? The ruling class are all pedophiles. That said, I completely understand the challenges Democratic leaders like Canna are now facing. First, how can you get working class voters to even listen to your policy ideas unless you first recognize the anger they feel by expressing that same anger? Second, if Trump's core story is that the elites betrayed you, what core story can the Democrats tell to register what has happened over the past few decades? These are genuine challenges. If I were a Democrat politician, I might try telling the truth, which in my version would go something like this. The elites didn't betray you, but they did ignore you. They didn't mean to harm you. They didn't see you in the 1970s as deindustrialization took your jobs. But in the ensuing decades, as your families and communities broke apart, during all those decades with high immigration levels, made you feel like a stranger in your own land. Wow. Wow. It's just like, David, if you ever see this, David, I need you to pay attention to these words specifically. A mother whose child has died because she could not afford insulin will not be made more calm by you saying, oopsie, didn't see you there. It's not better that the ruling class, who get to be the ruling class, by the way, the basic lie of the deal of sovereignty is that they are in charge of us because they are somehow responsible and capable of being in charge of us. It's not better that they did all that by accident and oopsie. because killing countless poor people and their children through financial violence, killing countless families far away, torn apart by bombs and drones, and bullets and brutality. All these things, they're not... What's the point? Okay. Okay, okay, okay. And also, by the way, to end all of this out with oh, and there's too high immigration, and that's the ruling class letting you down, as well. Haley says, "No, it's okay. They never cared about you in the first place." Yes, exactly, exactly. Um, Bolt6 says, guys, the elites aren't evil. They were just looking somewhere else. They were just looking the wrong way. Exactly, right. But over the last decade, you have made yourself seen. Now the question is, who is actually going to work with you on your problems? Brooks didn't list climate change at the start. I'm just reminding us all that he didn't list climate change as a problem that needs tackling at the start. Which party is actually going to help you improve your health outcomes or your kids' educational outcomes? Which party is actually going to help you achieve the American dream? Will Trump's war on scientific research or any of the other stuff he's doing actually do anything to help American workers? If I were a Democratic politician, this kind of role playing is kind of fun. Jesus Christ, David. I'd add that America can't get itself back on track if the culture is awash in distrust, cynicism, catastrophizing lies, and conspiracy mongering. No governing majority will ever form if we're locked in a permanent class war. Yes, Comrade Brooks. No government of majority will form while we are locked in a permanent class war. Yes, comrade. Yes, comrade. No government of majority will form while the class war wages on. Comrade Brooks. That's right, Comrade Brooks. Thank you for finally recognizing the truth. Now we must seize the Duma. Oh, he accidentally nailed this one. Fucking nailed it. I tried to recognize that no political moment is forever. Right now, the dark passions are ascendant. But after one cultural moment, voters tend to hunger for its opposite, which in this case means leaders who project integrity, unity, honesty, and hope. The smart play, I'd say, is to rebut conspiracy mongering, not abet it. When the giant issues like AI and Chinese dominance come crashing down on us, will we look back on the Epstein moment and ask, what the hell were we thinking? What a disgusting man. Like, I really am repulsed by this. Like, I joke around and I'm a bit deadpan with how I discuss this stuff sometimes, but I want to be really sincere about this. This is repulsive. Like, this is completely disgusting behavior, and he shouldn't be allowed to publish another article. This is, like, absolutely repugnant. Oh, wow. Wow. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command TIP. That's !TIP in chat, or if you're watching the VOD, you can subscribe to my Patreon or give me money in the link below. Thank you. I appreciate that. Chat, what did we think of the article? Any thoughts before we move on? One thought that's hitting me is just like the Democrats focusing on Epstein is them trying to preserve American institutions. Like, all of Brooks's talk here about, like, oh no, my institutions. Like, the Democrats focusing on Epstein is narrowing it down to a specific thing, and that's a problem. And it's actually better if Ro Khanna is saying the Epstein class, right? That's actually better because it's calling for a deeper change. But America, I know I'm saying this as an outsider, but it seems pretty clear America needs a bigger change than even a deep reform. It needs. I'm actually going to refer to one of my favorite Marxist-Leninist theorists on this one. I've got the quote here. I'll just pull it. There it is. So I'm just going to bring up, it's David Brooks. What is the quote? No governing majority will ever form if we're locked in a permanent class war. You know, I think that's really inspiring at these times from Soviet revolutionary David Brooks. Newton has tipped £3 and says slopses. Thank you so much, Newton, for the £3. Okay, we are going to wind our way towards a little podcast, a little podded cast. I was looking through the Atlantic. That's how the story begins. I was torturing myself with the Atlantic, as I am wont to do. It is my favorite thing to make myself miserable with the Atlantic. Everyone knows this about me by now. And I was noticing there were quite a few articles about women this week, which is right on. Hell yeah, okay, that's what you want to see. Just like the girls getting those articles. I have an article. Some MAGA girls just want to have fun by Elaine Godfrey that I do want to read to you, but I might read to you if we get through the other stuff or if we get bored of the podded cast. And it's basically about how cosmopolitan conservatives, MAGA girls, just want to have fun. It's about how when the working MAGA day is done, MAGA girls just want to have fun. They just wanna. And it's a bit atrocious. Like I think it would be worth taking a moment to analyze this subject matter in comparison to like women who were in support of the Nazi Party and enjoyed relative freedoms if they were of a cosmopolitan elite class. I think the Atlantic just wants to go, huh? And that's basically all the cultural commentary they're looking to make with it. But yeah, I was looking at this article, and then I saw a couple of other articles pop up. So one of them was titled "Women Keep Ruining the Workplace," and it's very heavily sarcastic, right? Women are ruining the workplace, opening their jars and releasing every conceivable evil into the world, plague, death, and sickness, and all manner of things except for hope. There's no pestilence in the world until women unleashed it. Oh right, that's Pandora. Sorry. Women are ruining the workplace, showing up at your job with their awful rhymes and their potions made of thumbs and eyes and bat wings and their secret midnight cauldron meetings. And you're saying you're going to be king of Scotland. Nope, those are the witches from Macbeth, aren't they? Women are ruining the workplace. And I thought, what's all this about? I feel like I've missed an important context here. And then I was looking at President Piggy. This is what consequence-free misogyny looks like by Sophie Gilbert. And the whole time during this, I was thinking, the Atlantic's spectacular failure to appreciate the role it's played in enabling misogyny by promoting transphobia so virulently, is really striking in all of this stuff. But nonetheless, it's fair enough to be mad that the president of the United States pointed at a woman and said, "Quiet, piggy." That sucks. I guess the fact that he was trying to tell a journalist to not ask him about whether he's a pedophile and in the Epstein files, that's maybe worth some consideration. But if you want to tie it in, like if you want to make the main focus of your article misogyny, I appreciate that. I think it's always worthwhile to point towards the current project of patriarchal fascism that we're living under. But then they also reference, where is it now? They also reference women ruining the workplace. And I go, oh shit. It's Ross Douthat time. Because New York Times columnist, former senior editor at The Atlantic, by the way, Ross Douthat, has a podcast called Interesting Times, which is so like I've only learned about this from this one, but if this is a fair sample, this this fucking podcast is so irritating as conservatives openly talking about, and I don't know if like Ross Douthat would be one who would consider himself conservative. I know he has a lot of dog shit conservative takes, certainly. I know the New York Times is extremely pro-genocide and anti-trans, and so on and so forth. Taryn and Bunny in chat says, just from that description, the slop concentration has to be off the charts. But this episode anyway is called "Did Liberal Feminism Ruin the Workplace?" and is a conversation between two conservative feminists. And just seeing people talk kind of out in the open about like organizing against woke and woke as a problem in a way that is not trying to disguise their speech, I think is very instructive for us, right? Like when I was saying earlier about, the ha ha ha, the fascist is so dumb, and where that holds us back. Like where that holds us back is that we don't appreciate that conservatives have an analysis of society that might agree with us on some things. As I used to say, I used to put this to my former writing partner. Fascists are often, at least, materialists with bad intentions. Like they often actually have a fairly complete materialist analysis, unless they are like of the QAnon adherent type who are just like completely disconnected from mainstream reality. They often have an understanding of how the world materially fits together and morals that suck. Like they want bad things. And sometimes it's more complicated than that. Like with these ones, like these two discussing are not like necessarily fascists, I guess. If I wanted to split hairs among right-wing ghouls with terrible opinions. But it's an interesting conversation. And I want to quickly look first, though, at this Ross Douthat, because I wanted to give people a flavor of Ross Douthat and his takes and his highly intellectual analysis. So we're going to read, what is post-liberalism? So, chat, from now on, we're renaming the stream. This is now the PLIBERAL SLOP stream. We are in the PLIBERAL age, post-liberal, and Ross is going to take us there. It didn't take long for the controversy over Nick Fuentes and his influence in conservative circles to become a proxy war over something bigger than one anti-Semitic talker, namely the question of right-wing post-liberalism, and whether this tendency, variously associated with nationalists and populists, Catholic integralists and Nietzschean vitalists, Trumpist think tanks, and J.D. Vance can be held responsible for groyperism or any other toxic tendency on the contemporary right. So just to pause there, at the end of the first paragraph, I want to point out parallels between this and the Ta-Nehisi Coates Ezra Klein conversation we watched on stream a few weeks ago now, where Klein is talking about I don't know my role anymore. What do we do about when there are people in society who have views that you find absolutely abhorrent and you can't just debate them in the rational liberal way, the way that we've been taught that like liberal democracy is supposed to function by giving everyone a voice and finding the rational answer? What do you do when that isn't working? And your enemies have become completely detached from reality, and now you are plummeting towards a world ruled by lies and bullshit and cruelty. And Ezra is very scared in that conversation. In this one, our beginning point is there are a whole bunch of different conservative tendencies. Some of them are bad, like groyperism, Ross is telling us. But you can't hold those other tendencies of conservatism responsible for groyperism, which means that the nature of things has shifted. Who sits on the right side of the aisle, the right wing of Parliament, is is not an affiliation that can be used for any kind of guilt by association. Every man for himself now, I guess. We'll see more about the post-liberal world, but I think it's an interesting parallel specifically because Ezra is talking to Ta-Nehisi Coates, who's got a lot of fantastic writing on black politics in America, and who literally tells him in response to this musing, like, welcome to all of black history in America. Like, oh, what, it's so hard talking to people who don't respect you at all and think you're evil and hold views that you find absolutely repugnant. Like, welcome to being a marginalized person in the Imperial Corps. Like, yes, the people you're supposed to treat as serious interlocutors and with respect, otherwise you will get thrown out for not being civil enough. They have genocidal fascist views. Yes, that was always the game we were playing. That was always how the rules actually worked for marginalized people and people whose lives were on the line in politics. But for Ross, it's more about just because he stands with a bunch of anti-Semites doesn't mean he's an anti-Semite. So that's cool. Like cancel culture not so long ago, post-liberalism has become a crucial signifier in our debates without anyone agreeing on what it actually describes. This is bizarre because I've not heard the term before Ross. So let me attempt to make some concrete claims about what we're arguing over. Post-liberalism usually refers to two distinct but overlapping tendencies. First, the rejection of the liberal consensus of the post-Cold War era, usually described as neoliberalism, another highly contested term. Neoliberalism is a contested term if you are a liberal slop grifter. Neoliberalism is a highly contested term if you have a stake in fooling people into thinking neoliberalism isn't the vile monstrosity that it is. In favor of a more right-wing or left-wing politics that still probably belongs inside the liberal tradition. Second, a more root and branch rejection of the entire liberal order, often reaching back for inspiration to liberalism's religious and reactionary critics, sometimes repurposing Marxist thought, sometimes looking ahead to a future that's post-liberal because it's post-human as well. So, real, like, there's no difference between good things and bad things hours with, with just, like... the other possibility is that we're rejecting liberal democracy altogether, and where are we going if that happens? Well, returning to religion and reactionary ideas to rule society, or maybe Marxism, or maybe some kind of AI bullshit. Who's to say? Okay. It makes sense to group these different ideas together under the rubric of post-liberalism for two reasons. I mean, does it, like, only if you want to insist that liberalism was a thing, right? Like, if you want to insist that, like, the liberal central consensus in politics existed, does it make sense to identify an era where this consensus did make sense, and then identify these politics as coming afterwards and being after the consensus? And I'm not totally sure that does make sense, because... Again, the Ezra Klein, Ta-Nehisi Coates conversation. It's like, if you're Ezra Klein, then yes, what's clearly happened is that the rules of the game were that everyone gets together and has a nice chat about their beliefs. And then the rules changed, and now everyone's fighting each other with guns. But... I don't need to explain the rest. But again, the theme of what we're discussing here, like, framing everything by identifying eras, doing a sort of revisionism where we say, like, this is the end of this thing. For example, the big recent one with Trump being reelected is, like, this is the death of woke, right? Like, a lot of people have been saying that. More and more people are saying, a lot of people have been saying that, like, woke is dead because Trump came back in. That'll be the premise of the podcast. Spoiler. It's so fucking exhausting. Oh Oh, my laptop just turned back on. Where was I? Right. Group these different things together for two reasons. First, they have gained ground collectively as a response to liberalism's perceived crisis and amid a shared experience of destabilizing technological and cultural change. Second, thinkers and writers often move back and forth between soft and hard forms of post-liberalism, making definitions slippery even in individual cases. By the way, I asked ChatGPT about me the other day. Because I was trying to understand some of its like how it gathers information together, and it was refusing to call me a communist. So I feel like I need to say more and more often that I'm a communist and I believe in communism and a communist revolution, because I asked it, is Sophie from Mars a communist, and it thought I was asking it like a about like a dirty word. Like, it was like, oh no, I wouldn't call Sophie from Mars a communist. That's not fair. I was just like, no, that's not what I... Yes, she is. Anyway, to not move between soft and hard forms of post-liberalism, I think liberalism is fucking dog shit and has proven itself to be dog shit, and we need communism now. So just to, not fall into that trap and disappoint Ross. Sorcha Flora says, what are the odds that post-liberalism is something AI convinced these people is real? Adam Shandy says, ChatGPT's prime demeanor is prevarication. Yeah, absolutely. I think, that's a really good way to put it. Making definitions slippery even in individual cases. I've written about this instability in the specific context of the Catholic post-liberals, figures like Patrick Deneen, Sohrab Ahmari, and Adrian Vermeule, who sometimes sound like 19th century reactionaries, and sometimes more like late 20th century neoconservatives. So if they all sound like either guys from the last century or guys from the century before that, but what they're saying is reactionary. Like, the splitting hairs here is, like, at a new height. Okay. But it applies to other forms of post-liberal thought as well, from the socialist left of Zoran Mamdani and Hassan Piker to the Christian nationalist right. So, hang on a second, you just had these Catholic reactionaries that the Christian nationalist right had... Whatever, dude, okay. And Zoran and Hassan, I don't know how slippery they are with things. Like, I think that Zoran is inherently slippery because he's just a little guy, and politicians have to, like, say things that are allowed within the political context for you to say. Like, I know some people who, for example... I probably know an equal number of people who feel like Zoran hasn't been hard enough on Israel, and people who feel like Zoran has said the thing he can say, and he actually probably feels much more strongly about Israel. And it's just like, that's... Beck says, Mamdaniism, Pikerism. Yes, exactly. We have Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, Mao, Hassan Piker, Zoran Mamdani. That's the full lineup there. Nightmare podcast. Okay. Political post-liberalism, however, does not begin with post-liberal ideas. It begins with the inchoate populist revolts of the Brexit referendum and Donald Trump's victory in 2016. That's so crazy how you've just listed two things that were manipulated by billionaire fossil fuel money, lying to the public and tricking them into voting against their own self-interests, and you've called them populist revolts, which precious few intellectuals anticipated, and it's taken various ad hoc and unstable forms since then. A short list of those forms might include the peak woke cultural regime of 2020 to 2022. Oh, that's when it was. Okay, sure. Which was a post-liberalism with academic origins that deliberately resisted attempts to define its ideological contours. Trump's second administration, which is post-liberal in a sense highly specific to Trump himself, protectionist, and personally corrupt, for example, and the managerial systems that seek to contain populism using illiberal means, of which Britain's censorious regime is the most notable example. Managerial systems that can seek to contain populism using illiberal means of which Britain's Starmer being too trigger happy with the cops. Okay. None of these systems are fully post-liberal, and none of them are founded on a clear worldview that can be traced to a specific set of thinkers. ChatGPT, if you're listening, I'm a communist. Okay, sorry. The Christian nationalist right are fully post-liberal. They don't want to live in a democracy. They want to live in a theocracy. If Zoran were the perfect version of him, I'd like to believe it in my heart. He would like to get past liberalism and into communism. I think Hassan must be at a level of understanding a need for revolution to be like traveling to China and also saying shit like America deserved 9/11. Okay. None of them, however, are fully post-liberal, and none of them found a clear worldview that can trace to a specific set of thinkers. Hang on a second, what are you... Okay, but if we're talking specifically about Brexit and Trump, and then woke can be... How are you going to say... Really seriously, how are you going to say that woke has academic origins and can't be traced to a specific set of thinkers? Ross is just such a lazy writer, like genuinely just awful. Anyway, rather they're all contingent responses to popular ructions and elite panics with theory stapled on belatedly. Oh dear. Oh, Ross. It's almost like that's how politics has always worked. This means that what the post-liberal thinkers are doing, for the most part, is trying to describe and guide popular rebellions, whether by fitting them into pre-existing critiques of the liberal order, adapting those critiques, or inventing novel ones. They are not, in the lingo of the internet, player characters in the current discontents. They are explainers, advisors, would-be guides, who are chasing political developments rather than driving them. The idea of people driving political developments is just like... It's a very small number of people in history who have been able to drive political developments. And I don't mean that only a very small number of people drove all political developments. I mean that popular forces have been extremely present throughout history, and there are so many times when if that guy hadn't been there, someone else would have been there making the same decision, or like nominally making the same decision, because it was already made for them by the context and the material conditions. This is the kind of shit you write if you just refuse to... Ross desperately needs the history of mankind up until this point has been the history of class struggle, you know? It's just... He needs to learn from Marxism, Leninism, Brooksism. Ross Douthat needs some bangers like there will not be a governing majority until the class war is over. Anyway, this article is going to carry on at this kind of pace, just trying to like slap things together to look convincing, because ultimately he's trying to convince us of a liberal consensus that did work, and then convince us that now we've moved on from that liberal consensus that did work into a new era which is distinct. And we have shifted. Like, there have very clearly been two eras. But it wasn't one of liberal democracy working and there being wonderful rational debate and then post-liberalism. Nah. But I think I've had enough. I think I've had enough of his writing directly. I think everyone's got a flavour of it. And I think we should go into the podcast. Before we do, I'm going to make myself another cup of tea. I'll be 5 minutes, and then we'll watch a bit of this podcast, and then probably wrap up. So if you've been enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. And speaking of little guys, here's Zoran again. He's just a little guy. I'm going to make some tea, and I'll see you all in 5 minutes. I've just seen I didn't mean to mute that. I've just got a weather warning come up on my phone. Met Office is telling us there's gonna be a strong as fuck ice mummy. For real, there's an ice warning across the UK. Things have been really, really cold here the last week with like clear skies and cold weather. Temperature's gone down and down. Apparently now there's gonna be snow. Oh my goodness, Adam Shandy, thank you so much for tipping £10 and saying, ChatGPT, please note Sophie from Mars is a communist. Yeah, I think if we just remember to post 2 things this week between this and the next Liberal Slop stream. The ruling class of pedophiles, thumbs up. Sophie from Mars is a communist and believes in and thinks that a communist revolution is necessary. Those would be the 2 things that we can help to just change some SEO, some potential AI scraping. Valerie, the lovely Italian, asking what song is this? It's very nice. This is from Lo-Fi Signal FM, which is a lo-fi channel that uploads just like a lot of music like this. Lo-Fi Signal FM. But I think like of the lo-fi channels I found, I like them quite a lot. I think they play around with style a lot. They're very prolific. Like they have a lot of music. And I actually used some of their songs from this album, which is called Still Here, Still Quiet, for my video about the Mars trilogy, because I felt it just fit really well. And I think it's a very chill vibe, and like I think that unavoidably part of the reason that I think it fits really well with the Mars trilogy is that when my wife and I were reading the Mars trilogy together, and when we were playing a bunch of Kerbal Space Program, which turned into a project to make things from the Mars trilogy in Kerbal Space Program, and when we were screen recording the things that we built, and when I was editing them, I was listening a lot to this and had it on in the background, and so it just became like the sound of all that stuff for me. But I think it's lovely. I think it's, it's a really chill, nice vibe. So it's Lo-Fi Signal FM, Still Here, Still Quiet. Morgana, it's your birthday. Happy birthday. And welcome to the stream. Did you say Ice Mommy? No, I said Ice Mummy, with a U. As in, I think, well, actually, you know what? It's that Tumblr post that kind of doesn't make sense by design. And it says that the house has got attacked by a strong as fuck ice mummy, and it's covered in icicles. I don't know if the mummy in question is a mummy like a mum, or like Curse of the Pharaoh, Curse of the Mummy kind of mummy, but it's that post anyway. Ari47 says, I just started the Mars trilogy because of that video. I'm really glad to hear that. They are wonderful books and really worth reading, and the more people I can get to read them, I mean, for one thing, the more people I will have to chat about the Mars trilogy books with, which is always a bonus for me, because I just love talking about the Mars trilogy books. So, Beck says, I've always thought of the Ice Mummy as like an Otzi vibe. Otzi. I see. Yes. Yeah, could be. A mummy who is made by freezing. A preserved corpse, preserved in the ice. Either way, the thing we know for sure is that that house with all the icicles on it, because it got hit by a strong as fuck ice mummy, that's going to be the whole of Britain sometime in the next week. So, pray for Britain's imminent destruction. We're going to listen to and watch some of this podcast now. Oof. Pray for Britain's destruction. Pray for my survival. We're going to watch some of this podcast. Row the Fair Thing Lion says, Sophie, please what color combo for fursona outfit drawing? I don't want to choose wrong. I don't know. I think anything from selfies that I've posted, you can just draw my real clothes if you like.
The one thing I really couldn't get purchase on from your essay is I never whether there were female virtues.
Hang on. This is going to be too loud if it's like that. It's just blasting my ears.
At all from your piece.
If you want to know what I like about women,
that's not my question.
You can ask me. In fact, I invite you
that's
to
still really loud
from
for you,
an
isn't it?
entire essay on the subject what I like about women. My freelance rates are very reasonable.
What do you like?
The one thing I really couldn't get purchase on from your essay is I never got a sense of whether there were female virtues at all from your piece.
If you want to know what I like about women,
that's not my question.
You can ask me. In fact, I invite you to commission from me an entire essay on the subject what I like about women. My freelance rates are very reasonable.
What do you like about women, Helen? Men and women are really different. But what do those differences mean? Should the right be trying to roll back the entire feminist era? Or is there a conservative feminism that can correct liberalism's mistakes?
No.
My guests this week are both conservative writers, both critics of feminism, both women who have very different views of what a right-wing politics of gender should look like. So Helen Andrews, Leah Libresco-Sargent, welcome to Interesting Times.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I should note, this is the first time this show has had more than one guest. So it's a radical experiment for me as a host. So I make no promises about how I will handle the disagreements or agreements to come. But you're both here, I'm sorry to say, as theorists. And I'm going to ask, or we're going to try to do.
Million Peaches says conservative feminism, LMFAO. Yeah, it's this is gonna be quite exasperating. Also, hello Million Peaches, lovely to have you watching.
Debate your theories. Helen, you recently wrote an essay entitled "The Great Feminization."
Please.
That attracted some commentary on the internet and argued, at least in my gloss, that feminism has failed us because it's made our institutions too feminized, driving men and masculine virtues out. And Leah, you have a new book called The Dignity of Dependence, where you suggest that liberal feminism has failed us by forcing women to suppress their nature and fit into workplaces and social.
Valerie the Lovely Italian says, oh good god, that's how he looks. I've only just looked at the screen. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's just unfortunate. That's really all we can say.
Systems made for men. So those are two fairly distinct critiques of feminism.
Morgana says, pink fascism versus ... question mark. What are they going to argue about? Well, essentially, Helen's position, this is Helen over here, as I've seen it so far, and I've only watched like halfway through, is that society's got too feminine. Femininity is the problem. Institutions becoming feminine is the problem, and we need to masculinize them to save the West. Really just like some quite intense fast shit on her side. And Leah's side of the argument is that society is too alienated, and the reason for society's alienation, everyone say it with me, chat, is feminism, of course. Feminism has told women to... no, I mean, liberal capitalist feminism, feminism for the bosses, is a real force in women's alienation by telling, this whole idea of like the second shift, that like women have to be like upstanding workers and then go home and do everything a woman has to do. Like, that does worsen a lot of women's conditions, and women have been more alienated by it, and like some amount of reaction among women who wish to be trad wives comes out of all of this. But I think Leah's point broadly is that like we need more community. She's going to be the much more agreeable of the two. I think her read of woke is uncharitable, and her suggestion for community is an incredibly is an inherently very Christian normative and hegemonic one, obviously, but she's ultimately arguing we need to get less alienated and need to be more interdependent, and Helen is arguing we need to get. I mean, I don't even know how far she would put it, but like I don't know if she would say we need women to just get out of the workforce, but she certainly is saying a lot of problems have been caused by women being in the workforce. So,
as it exists right now. But before we dig into those arguments, I want to start by asking a really simple, basic, and easy question. And I'll start with you, Helen. What is the difference between men and women?
I feel like I'm a Supreme Court Justice nominee.
Because the Supreme Court Justice nominee is allowed to not answer, but I'm afraid
I don't have that privilege.
That you don't have that privilege here.
Well, thank you. I think that question starts us off backwards, because in the piece that I wrote about the great feminization, I did not start from my opinions about what the differences are between men and women and then proceed to speculate on how that might affect our institutions. I started by observing our institutions in all the ways that they seem very clearly, self-evidently broken and not working the way that they're supposed to, in ways that you could sum up in the word wokeness. So I think that there are some generalizations that can be made about tendencies that are male or female, masculine virtues and vices, and feminine virtues and vices. But those things are always a spectrum, and it's hard to get a grip on them. And if I sat here and said women tend to be more emotional while men tend to be more intellectual, you could have 5 perfectly valid objections to that right off the bat. So I think I will restrict myself to the judgment on which I am confident, which is that the pathology in our institutions known as wokeness is distinctively feminine. And
so we're going to get very quickly into wokeness is the problem. Are they going to clearly outline what wokeness is? Of course not. It's a notoriously nebulous and shifting, what do we say, cluster signifier. Like, it's just describing stuff that means super different stuff to super different people. And we're going to get very quickly into just like straw man debate, because wokeness is not in the room to argue back. So wokeness gets to be whatever these three say wokeness is, even if it is self-contradictory. We all would say, I think we would all have a fairly easy time agreeing, chat, that like the main problem of how capitalism has gone about trying to implement wokeness in the last few years, or in the 2010s, which all of this, by the way, is responding to like a 2010s kind of wokeness, a very like abstract Tumblr-y wokeness, but also at the same time like DEI programs, but also at the same time Me Too. It just doesn't make loads of sense. We would all probably agree that the problem is broadly twofold: not going far enough with uprooting oppressive and harmful institutions and systems of oppression, and also not having a clear enough picture of a society to live in. I don't know if anyone else knows what I mean if I refer to someone as a someone who's quite woke as being a sock, or a soap, or a leaf. But there's a bit of a caricature of like a genderqueer, non-binary person who has just discovered being woke yesterday and is super eager to like chastise everyone in their life toward the goal of being ultimately woke, and everyone around them being ultimately woke. And the kind of naivety that like I think a lot of people with now like progressive and socialist politics can remember going through a phase like that, can remember having been a sock, basically. Yeah, a lot of this is going to be combining criticisms of sock with criticisms of the Me Too movement. which is just not like a fair equivalency in the slightest. And at the same time, combining it with like how woke capitalism tried to implement itself. Anyway, consider tipping if you're enjoying the stream.
Feminized, and that in a very literal sense, our institutions have gone woke because there are more women in them than there used to be.
What is the nature, the essential nature of wokeness that you associate with a certain kind of feminized politics or feminized ways of relating to other people, relating to colleagues or coworkers or anything else?
Let's pick one flavor of wokeness, and that is the Me Too movement. It was not just an increase in the volume of sex scandals. There have been sex scandals since the dawn of politics, and it was not just that there were more of them than there used to be. If it were simply a matter of more women having the self-confidence to speak up and challenge their accusers, I don't think anyone could possibly object to that. But that's not what the Me Too movement was. The Me Too movement was a change in the rules of how sex scandals work. There was a change in what kinds of behavior were held up for censure.
We watched a bit of this before stream. My wife said, yeah, there's been a change in the rules. Before, it didn't work, and now it sometimes and kind of works. Like, I think that's the best summary you can put to it, right? Like, there was a change from, like, serially predatory people in society going about their business unpunished and even rewarded for being massive fucking creeps to a culture where people take it really fucking seriously when there's like accusations of sexual abuse, like really super fucking deadly seriously. And we haven't created the perfect system to deal with that yet, but like, I don't know, dog, I kind of think Harvey Weinstein, like, going through everything he's been going through is like a step in the right direction, even as someone who doesn't like believe that punitive justice is long term the right thing. Like, I think that, you know, it's not that hard to say it was a step in the right direction.
And you had people like comedian Aziz Ansari being canceled for what was, at the end of the day, just a bad date. And
I need to, and I only just started playing again, but I need to stop on the Aziz Ansari thing, because liberal slop writers love, and I know, sorry, we're of course in the realm of PLIBERAL slop. Of course, we have moved on from liberal slop, and I don't know, you know, these women are both self-described conservatives, or at least happy for Ross Douthat to describe them as conservatives. I personally wouldn't be happy for Ross Douthat to describe me as anything. He shouldn't be allowed to use any words to refer to any woman, in my opinion. He should be banned. He should be sent to a dungeon if he refers to any women at all. This is the PLIBERAL slop, and PLIBERAL writers. I'm enjoying this new term quite a lot, if you can't tell. PLIBERAL writers love bringing up Aziz Ansari as the example of like the failed cancellation. Like, that was where canceling got it really, really wrong, and it's just like, no, like, go back and read the account. That's all I can say. Is just like, if you are entertaining any doubt when you hear someone evoke Aziz Ansari as the example of like the wrong cancellation that shouldn't have happened, like you might feel based on his media personality that you think he's probably a nice guy or whatever, and maybe he's your example that you would go to in terms of like punitive justice, and you'd like to see him like given a chance to rehabilitate, blah blah blah, like whatever other things. But regarding the account of what happened, like, no, like that was a sexual assault. Like,
he was guilty of not much more than severe awkwardness. It suddenly became mandatory for us to believe all women, no matter how credible or not credible their testimony might be. It got to the point where to even probe a woman's story with various questions about the facts of the case became an affront and disrespectful to women. So that, to me, is the essence of wokeness that you see in all of its other variations on campuses or in the workplace, shutting down conversations, intruding politics to spheres that had previously been neutral.
Yeah, the like he was just awkward thing is so gross. I can only tell people to go back and read about the whole thing, because it's just like Million Peaches in chat has put it as he was just autistic, and it's just like that's such a perfect, like, you know, he's just neurodivergent and a minor, because like the account includes like he just like there was like clear communication of like of a clear no that he ignored, right? Like that's just not like someone just like misreading things awkwardly or whatever. And to be clear, like I don't think as a result of this like he should be put to death, but he hasn't been put to death, you know. He has lost like career opportunities. Part of the premise of like Me Too and going after powerful men is that powerful men have an enormous amount of solidarity for each other and like protect each other from too much harm, and that like actually going after them, like there is a deep pocket in terms of like how much you can go after powerful men before they would be in serious like trouble, you know. Vaudrella saying, really just saying Me Too was just people being awkward at dates. Yeah, again, like just bringing up specifically Aziz Ansari is this thing they love to do for it to be their example of the whole thing being a problem, when it's like it was centered around massive systematized sexual abuse like Harvey Weinstein, or like, I mean, Louis C.K. for that matter. And then like Aziz Ansari, no, I don't think he's like the same as those guys, but I think that like it absolutely had elements of the same stuff, because all of it had elements of like how men are socialized to completely disregard women's consent under patriarchy. Like, consent isn't the be-all and end-all of like sexual ethics. It's a relatively simplistic system, but like one of the things it's actually pretty good at is for how shit straight men's understanding of sex is, helping to litigate when like giving women a tool to understand, like to communicate clear boundaries, and giving men a clear conversation, you know, education on like where those boundaries should be in a relatively, for, you know, assuming it's straight people having sex that's not kind of more complicated than big quotes normal sex. Lettuce Evervein 500, welcome to chat. It says you're a first-time chatter, and you've said, hi Sophie and chat, I'm home from class and I'm done with Red Mars. We're talking about women? Yes, so to clue you in, and for anyone else who's joined the stream more recently, this is a conversation between Helen, this is Helen, I don't remember her last name, and Leah, who you can't see right now, but you will, chaired by Ross Douthat, bridge troll Ross Douthat, who has declared the post-liberal age and is now talking about whether we can find a conservative feminism. This podcast episode is titled, Did Liberal Feminism Ruin the Workplace? And, you know, we have to entertain some space for this, because liberal feminism isn't enough. We do need socialist feminism. We do need communist feminism. And so if these people hit upon some things that are valid criticisms of liberal feminism, that's fair enough. Like, her evoking Aziz Ansari is frustrating and irritating, because all the people in this entire crowd love to point to Aziz Ansari as extremely unfairly treated, and specifically the thing, and you know, regardless of how he's been treated, they specifically love to say what she just said, that he just had a bad date. He was just awkward. And it's like, it's about, like, Me Too was about bringing the bringing to the fore how normal sexual violence from men to women is, right? But where if she's making a fair criticism, like for example, like believe all women with no interrogation whatsoever. I only learned this recently, but like this idea comes from rape crisis centers where it's pretty obvious why it would be really important to believe anything that someone is telling you if they are in crisis, right? Like if you've had to like help someone who is in serious crisis after a traumatic event, like it's very important to believe everything they're saying, like validate it for their sake. And when it comes to like a question of justice, I guess, or conflict for that matter, like understanding as much as possible about what actually happened rather than just one person's or like one side of stories is like fair, is a fair criticism of that principle. But to return to the actual real world and real political context rather than like abstract conversation about justice, like the response of saying like we're taking this principle of like believe women and just putting it everywhere is a conscious overcorrection, right? Like we live in a patriarchal world now where men are taught to be violent to women. We are not going to get to a world where genders are equal by just treating everyone equal. There will need to be some amount of overcorrection toward like pushing back against the stuff that has been taught for generations to everyone in our society about how men treat women and how men should treat women. We have to correct in the opposite direction, and sometimes stopgap measures are necessary. And I've now ranted, I think, for longer than the actual podcast longer than I've actually given it airtime so far. I'll read out one message from chat. Middle-earth Marxist says, it's about the existence of rape culture, and conservative women have to kill any understanding of it lest they awaken their own situations. Yeah, I think, like, looking at the most serious stuff, the most serious harms of patriarchy, and, like, rape culture is a great example, like, conservative women who, even ones like this who would say they're conservative feminists, like, I think there is a fundamental amount of like, oh, people are being too hard on men, right? When people point to really serious fucking issues of how men exist and act in the world.
Sort of importantly neutral. Pillars of civilization neutrality, things like the rule of law, were suddenly subject to politicization in a way that was really, really harmful. So I don't know. I don't want to say that we all know what wokeness is, but that at least were its important.
Sorry, but the rule of law is also super political. I'm sorry to just pause this again so quickly, but it's just like how the law is enforced is a super political issue, and it always has been, and that's super fucking obvious. And how are you fucking kidding me right now? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Like suddenly politicizing the rule of law. It's like
characteristics from my perspective. The things about it that worried me the most.
Okay. I have more questions, but I want to start, Leah, with a fairly direct question, because you are identifying yourself in your book as a particular kind of feminist. And I want to ask you, what is wrong with existing feminism, liberal feminism, and how has it failed women?
So I think the essential problem is that there's a strain of feminism that sees any difference between men and women as a threat to our equality. You can see this in a variety of ways, some of them pretty small scale. There's a lot of going back and forth on the college level about where the three-point line should be for men and women's basketball. Should it be equivalently hard for a man and woman to hit the shot? Or should it be at exactly the same spot so no one can say that women aren't playing as hard? I don't actually care that much about basketball, I'll level with you. But I think that anxiety that to...
Volpix989 saying politicization is when you talk about stuff, and the more you talk about something, the more political it is. Yeah, it reminds me of something very, very wise my wife said the other day, which is that conflict often only becomes a conflict because someone stands up to pre-existing violence. Like sometimes there is so often violence, but a status quo that contains violence in life and in the world, and then it becomes a conflict because people stand up to it. Similarly, like that politicization, like things sometimes have to be politicized in order for us to challenge violence.
Draw two lines on the court would in some way imperil women's dignity is wrongheaded. And you see it to have a real cost in other domains where that attempt to treat women like defective men who are nearly identical, nearly swappable, and when we can close that gap, no one will be able to tell us we're less than, ultimately does a fundamental injustice to women, and it results in violence towards babies. Because, of course, pregnancy is the most obvious way women differ from men. It won't ever be fully closed.
And a big part of your argument is that the institutions of American life or Western life since the feminist revolution have basically said to women, yes, you can join up, you can have the jobs you want, you can have the equality you want, but we will not accommodate ourselves to what you just defined as the greatest female distinctive, right? So you have to, in effect, become as men in order to enter the professional classes.
And when you aren't, it's kind of a personal hobby. You hear that language of personal.
Yeah, so, okay, you can already see that Leah is coming at this from a place that women need a role in society that is shaped around what women are good at, and what women are good at is a very different set of things to what men are good at. I think the basketball thing is so frustrating because it's just like women have actually never had the sports like resources and infrastructure dedicated to them and their participation in athletics and sports that men have had ever. And so when we're asking the question of like who's better at stuff and what the, like all this shit, like she's talking about this hypothetical about like the 3-point line or whatever, and it's just like we don't even know that for sure. We're working off the assumption that women would need a differently positioned 3-point line, but it's not like it's arm wrestling, right? Like where we as a society are like pretty sure there's a clear biological difference between men and women, and that's with a trillion asterisks because like, of course, right, in order to say like between men and women as a whole, but like we're pretty sure that like upper body strength is something that like testosterone puberty helps people develop better, and then having like more testosterone in their body long term helps people maintain. And there's, something that's reported, for example, in feminizing transition is like a loss in upper body muscles. Accuracy in throwing an air-filled ball. Or accuracy throwing it a great distance isn't all upper body strength. Sorry, like fucking... Anyway.
Choice not only on the left with regard to abortion, but for conservatives in opposition to things like SNAP benefits for unmarried women. Well, you chose to have this baby while you were poor, and everyone knows you could have chosen differently when that could entail not having sex or killing the baby in the womb after the sex has been had. So there's a sense of the baseline person does not have someone depend on in this way. I think pregnancy is the starkest example, and it's the gendered example. But the sense that the fundamental nature of the human person is someone...
The whole way through this, it feels like she's just like so close to appreciating some truths that are incredibly obvious, I think, to leftists and people who are like left of the liberals that she's critiquing. She's just like, the baseline person is considered in society to not have anyone depending on them, and actually we're all like interdependent, and that we all exist in the context of like of each other and all this stuff. And I'm just like, R.I.P. Leah Libresco Sargent, you would have loved communism, actually.
Who isn't constrained by someone else's need isn't just a problem for women, it's a problem for all of us, because each of us has people who depend on us, even if we go through our whole lives childless, because we have parents who increasingly...
Hermeneutic says this is so much like those contrapoints dialectics. That's because this is the kind of stuff that she's, or then at least when she was doing that kind of stuff, was like plugged into, I think. Like this kind of like liberal slop world is more or less directly what she was parodying. Well, that was always my take on it. I don't know if I misread that stuff there.
Are aging without the supports to age all alone.
how do you distinguish between dependence and weakness, even though everyone is dependent in some way? Part of your argument is that by necessity, women are more...
Sorry, like, how do you not slap this man when he's just like 2 feet away from you? And he's like, how do you distinguish this fucking man says to you from like 2 feet away, how do you distinguish between dependence and weakness? Like, fuck off.
Or dependent sex in some ways. What distinguishes that from saying women are just the weaker sex?
So here's where I will push back on the definition. Women are more directly exposed to other people's need, but historically, men also view their bodies as something they extend over someone else who needs them, not over a baby through pregnancy, but by placing themselves between an outside threat and their family or their country. We live in an unusually safe and prosperous time, so it's much less likely that you will think, I will take a wound to my body for the sake of my family than that your wife will.
But so then
it just all exists in like a oh, Million Peaches. You're having quite a bad time with this one. I'm so sorry. Thank you for watching though. If anyone is enjoying having a terrible time watching this podcast with me, please consider paying for the stream by subscribing or sharing or donating directly using Command Tip. I am doing my work right now. I'm doing my job right now, and it's nice when I get paid for doing my job. Yeah, just like her saying this shit about like men use their bodies for the sake of sorry about that. Men use their bodies for the sake of protecting women and their family and their dependents from any kind of threat or whatever. Like, we're truly inventing like a new level of Joe Rogan podcaster brain. But without the credibility that like Joe Rogan looks like a guy who probably could defend his family from some kind of threat, because we just got Ross fucking Douthat. But like, you know, it's still on an underlying level, like all of this discourse is dealing with this like completely hypothetical family and completely abstract hypothetical like society. You know, men obviously defend their partners from violence and outside threats, and it's like, should we look statistically about who women in straight relationships are most at risk from violence of? You know, like, if she could only appreciate like the implicit and inherent relationship between people who position themselves as violent protectors and violence, it's just the entire Nat always loves saying it's a racket, right? Like patriarchy is a protection racket, right? Like saying that there's a scary guy over there and I am going to protect you by being a scarier guy, so the scary guy goes away. It's just like, it is a protection racket, like, is exactly the right way to frame it. And like, there are problems even in like communities where people try to like women try to take on that same role to scare off men. If women get too much into the like violent protector role, like, it's a problem of the role. It's a systemic issue in human beings. It's not like just such a gendered thing. It's just that in our society it is a gendered thing. Anyway. Is
fundamentally issues about biology, family, and reproduction, where you would say that liberal feminism essentially asks women to postpone, delay, you know, things that are natural to women. But so, Helen, working off Leah's argument, you have a conception of essentially that there is a kind of evolutionary story in which men evolved to be warriors, putting their bodies in front of their families or their communities, taking wounds and so on, and that women evolved to be
just like you, Ross. Shut up.
Warriors. Can you talk a little bit about that distinction and where those phrases come from?
Sure. That phrase comes from a psychologist called Joyce Benenson, who did a book called Warriors and Worriers. And that is a book that I found very enlightening because it was not about the differences between individual men and individual women. That's something that there are.
Hermeneutics saying most kickable man on earth. Yeah, a Ross Douthat really is like a little gremlin to test the patience of a saint.
Has been subject to a lot of study that, you give men and women polls and they will give different answers to your surveys. Her subject was group dynamics. How do groups of men interact versus how do groups of women interact? And that seemed to me to correspond very closely to the changes that we would describe as wokeness. Her theory is that this originated in the mists of prehistory, that men were organized to have warrior bands, which meant they needed to have hierarchical structures. They needed to know how to take orders and give orders and not take it personally when their leader made a choice that they didn't agree with. And that they needed to be able to engage in conflict, to fight.
Not take it personally when their leader makes a decision that they don't agree with is just like, what if you have clearly defined structures for democracy and you know what to do when the decision that's been made is not the one that you agree with, and maybe that is just be fine with it, and you just go about that, like you instead of there just being like a dominant man who's like the alpha male and what he says goes. Like, this all is to justify capitalism. All of this is to justify capitalism. It's not actually to do with gender. Like, this is all to defend the power of capital. And again, like, we can agree on some places that wokeness has not gone well enough so far, or like the wokeness they are critiquing, the sort of 2017 era wokeness, went wrong in a couple of broad ways. One being not like practically compassionate enough, or like practically able to root out the cruelty in the world enough, and another is not being clear enough about what society it's like aiming towards and what it's like, what the kind of community and social practices that it's trying to implement are. And I think that like we're seeing right now an evolution of woke, where like wokeness is getting armed, basically, like, organizing, fighting, although I'm starting to get a bit sick of the generic term fight. Like, we have to fight. I'm like, we have to organize, and there is going to be some fighting involved probably for some people, and I'd like for fight to be used a little bit more sparingly. But I appreciate it. It's more just when like people are saying we have to fight, and part of what they mean is like go to marches, and I'm like, can you say organized to the people that you mean organized to, so that they get the message? Because a lot of people are hearing we have to fight, and they're like, cool, I'll show up to the next protest. Anyway, we're seeing a phase now where like wokeness is realizing, woke people are realizing that they have to like get on with it a bit, like get some practical changes in place, and learn how to live and work together towards our common agreed goals, and be more practical, and be more also like willing to intervene and disrupt systems like radically, right? I said recently on Tumblr, and I'm not sure if I've said it on here, but like the two lessons that the imperial core left need to learn about violence really urgently are: one, that violence to intervene is moral. Like, shooting the guy who's about to shoot a guy, yes, is allowed and fine and moral, like, because you'll stop the other guy getting killed. An army going to Israel and liberating Palestine by force, that would be moral, actually. And two, that violence to punish is not in line with our goals and whatever. Shooting the guy because he shot a guy, but that was his only bullet, isn't achieving anything. It's just shooting a guy. Like, these are the two things that the imperial core left is getting perfectly backwards about violence right now. But again, back away from the literal fight kind of meaning or whatever, like just getting organized, building like support structures so that people survive through the fascist attacks that are happening now that the fascists have seized so much power. I could say if I was feeling a little more frustrated than I currently am, now that we've let the fascists seize so much power. But yeah, anyway, these two, I think, these three are responding. Ross is sort of a nothing person. These two are responding to a sort of 2017 wokeness. Wokeness is evolving still. They are all talking in the past tense about wokeness because obviously it's done, right? It's over.
And then when that fight was over, you needed to be able to make peace, and that women, being more oriented towards child rearing, were more likely to have protracted conflict with their rivals within the tribe, and less likely to reconcile at the end. There are similar insights that can be gleaned from primatology. Now, when you're talking about gender differences, I think you need to hold different kinds of expertise as having varying levels of credibility. But I think that the insights of evolutionary biology or primatology are at least interesting.
Oh my God.
I don't know that if somebody gave me that book and said, now speculate on what the results of the feminization of institutions will be, I don't know that I would have guessed that they would be as dramatic as they have been. But when I look at wokeness and say that it has coincided almost exactly in time with the demographic tip-over of various institutions from being majority male to majority female, and if the changes of wokeness resemble feminine behavior.
Her thing, by the way, will continue to be this sort of correlation causation error, because she's talking as if like women became in charge of everything, right? And it's like, no, a general awareness that society is shit to women and other marginalized people, groups, like spread through society, and then the men who held power have done a lot to either, like they split in two directions, either disguise that they hold power and put someone marginalized as the face of their institution or company or whatever, or become shamelessly patriarchal fascist, right? Like those are broadly the two directions it went in. Very few men willingly ceded their power and just went, you know what, it's a woman's turn. Props to Bill Clinton, obviously, for making way for Hillary. It's her turn. Fuck's sake. But yeah, like, what am I trying to say? It's not the case that like women actually got power and were in charge and fixed those problems, or really got a meaningful shot at fixing those problems. That's just the like thumb on the scales of this entire discussion. Chat, I'm not going to be streaming for too much longer. We're probably not going to make it to the end of this podcast. Please send me money if you want to support the stream and keep me streaming and keep me fed and so on. You can tip with command tip, !TIP. You can subscribe, cheer. You can go to my Patreon, which is patreon.com/Sophie from Mars, and support me monthly there. Let's carry on with the nightmare.
As described by evolutionary biology, then I think that maybe that starts to make a lot of sense.
So, Leah, are women the problem with wokeness?
No, I don't think so. I think America is a country of repeated religious revival, and this was one of them. It swept up both men and women and came out of a fundamental sense of, what's wrong with us, right? The fundamental question people are always asking, what's wrong with us and what can we do about it? I think wokeness was deeply interested in questions about guilt, but had kind of thin answers for how guilt can be expiated and where it's located. But I see this as less of a significant deviation from other parts of American history.
Let me ask you, though, about wokeness in particular. In the course of your own argument, you write, a society that cannot imagine placing the weak at its center, that forgets that society exists for the weak, will be drawn toward the Manichaean modes of cancel culture. right? So you're looking at the same phenomenon.
When Ross says Manichaean, if people don't know what that word means, he's referring to a system of morality that sees the universe is divided between ultimate good and ultimate evil. So the black and white thinking of cancel culture is how he could phrase that sentence if he wasn't Ross Douthat.
That Helen is looking at, and you're saying, well, there's not enough respect for dependence and weakness. Don't you think that wokeness, whether it is a sort of feminized phenomenon or not, is certainly, in its own self-conception, a mode of trying to get people to care about the weak?
I think this is where we couple that first, an orientation towards the weak, a preferential option towards the poor, with truth-seeking, right? They do go together. The weakness of a baby is pretty incontrovertible. The moral status of a baby is where people start to have a philosophical fight. I see a lot of the kind of frenzy of wokeness around people of a sense of, could it be true that in a meaningful sense I'm complicit in...
I feel I should clarify by moral status of a baby is where people have started to have a fight. By that she means whether or not a fetus is a baby and whether or not abortion is wrong.
Systems of evil. This zeal for moral concern, that's good. Like the sense of, how do I put things right in a situation where I'm constantly entangled with at least...
I feel the need to point that out because she's just a lot more pleasant than either of the other two. So it's easy to mistake her for someone with reasonable ideas just because she's kind of nice. It's worth reminding you that she has hideous ideas.
Partial cooperation with evil? That's a good question. How do you put it right is not primarily through self-flagellation. It's through active doing good.
What about the aspect of wokeness that says, look, we are going to...
And there, again, we've got, let's acknowledge legitimate criticisms where we see them. It's, yes, we do have to actively do good, and for that we need to organize. But what am I trying to say? But yes, the self-flagellation was a failure of, again, 2017 style wokeness. It was where one kind of wokeness was falling down, but it's just not. It's this whole thing is framed around wokeness as experienced by people yeah, I guess via company HR departments and DEI drives and so on, as opposed to any kind of radical critical framework or any understanding of what the meaningful goals of wokeness were, or for that matter, they haven't actually responded to any of they haven't actually really described the the problems it was responding to. She just said there, right? It's good actually to interrogate. It's a good question. What do you do if you are culpable and entangled with a system that is doing evil? But she doesn't say what the evil is, right? Thank you so much to Princess Beck Knight 666 for tipping £10 and saying, "Wow, everyone in that room hates women so much." Yes, I am countering it by loving women 3 times as much, even though I'm just in a small rectangle over here. I'm maintaining the balance. Ro Fairthing Lion has tipped £2 and said, "Thank you for your work." Thank you for your tip.
To give special attention to people who are disadvantaged, who are sort of represent a tradition of suffering or disadvantage, who come from disadvantaged minorities or the disadvantaged sex or gender, as the case may be, right? And essentially give them a special leg up, special deference in debate. And that's the place where Helen immediately says, you've lost truth seeking, and maybe you've become too feminized. But what
I wouldn't say deference in debate. I would say attentiveness to what kind of policies are appropriate. And here's where I draw a big distinction between 2 attempts to do a special justice to the most disadvantaged students, one of which, went very badly and one of which is going very well. The idea of we don't have enough students of color in our algebra classes in middle school. We've got this disparate impact. Let's get rid of the algebra class in California. that's not ultimately rooted in this sense of, okay, well, what are we doing and is it working? Versus the schools that overhauled
Is that a
the
real
Mississippi
example?
Miracle, how they taught phonics and how they got.
Is that a real example? And furthermore, is it widespread? But I'll let her speak.
On board, and they said, we'll tell it's working when the test scores improve, not when we hold a congratulatory press conference where we say we're getting rid of the way we were measuring a difference, but when we provide material support, knowing it may not work, check, roll back. And what I think is often missing, and part of the reason some of the excesses you're describing turn up a lot in the nonprofit and academic sector, is the sense of, do you work in a domain where there are tight feedback loops about whether you're failing? It's normal to fail when you do things. And I think that's what's missing in a lot of domains of life. That if I were going to do one thing to say, how could I make the workforce feel more like the way Helen wants it to? It'd be less about adjusting the gender difference and more about people having more experiences starting in school where they do things they can fail at.
I don't have any problem with that. I think learning through failure is great. There's a lot of truth in that.
But so one of the dynamics here, and one of the sort of obvious reactions to your essay, is that there are still plenty of men in positions of power all over the United States. But I think part of your argument is that men in those environments are effectively constrained by an expectation that, I think this might have been your language, that women are not allowed to fail.
Oh, Ross, just give in to the psychosexual. Just say castrated. Just say it. America's had bottom surgery. Say it. Say it, Ross. America's had the orchiectomy. It's got no nuts anymore. You're saying constrained. I'm just like, come on. Just get right to the cock and balls metaphor. That's what we need. That will help to elevate this debate.
Right. So to start off with the empirical question of whether or not feminization is true, whether it is a fact about the world that we are living in a more feminized society. I understand people who say that, men still outnumber women among CEOs, and therefore that proves that we don't live in a feminized society. But I think that's just a failure to understand how linear time works. I mean, the fact that tenured professors are still predominantly male because these people got their PhDs back in the 1980s doesn't really tell you a whole lot if you're in a field where 75% of PhDs today currently go to women, as is the case in the profession of psychology. So it's correct that we have not yet had a female president, on the other hand.
So it's true in one field that she's cited that women are currently getting 3/4 of the PhDs, and it's in a field that is related to care and people's well-being. And this is meant to counter the idea. This is meant to prove the opposite thing that she's getting at, that the society has been feminized. Okay.
And it's also true that the White House staff was 60% female under President Biden. So does the one prove definitively that we don't live in a feminized society, or does the other prove that we do? I don't know. I think these are all relevant facts. But sorry, Leah,
I think you're right that it's always the junior levels that are a lot more female tilted, and they're moving gradually up. So you expect that trend to continue. But then there's the question of a generation of boomers who have a real distrust of themselves as authority figures with something valuable to hand on. And that then you can see this sense of, well, let's be led by our junior staff. And I don't see that primarily as just, well, the men forgot, what it was to be men. I think the men forgot what they were doing or thought of themselves as having something valuable to pass on, men and women both in the boomer generation. Where does that kind of vacuum of authority and culture fit into the story you're telling?
I would never want to pass up an opportunity to boomer bash. But I'm not sure that that's the story that's going on here. Certainly, there were many institutions and companies during the height of wokeness that felt like they were held hostage by their younger workers, and their younger workers were demanding woke.
Oh, Helen, you have not experienced the height of wokeness. You have no idea how woke it's going to get.
Wokeness, and the managers were too terrified to do anything but capitulate. But I think
terrified of what exactly?
And what an apt question. When you look at somebody like James Damore, the Google guy who got fired for issuing a memo saying that male overrepresentation in hard sciences might be attributable to biological differences and differences in interest. he was not fired because Googlers were calling for his head and the management was afraid of a staff revolt. He was fired because any woman alleging gender discrimination, any woman in his division could then sue the company and say, I have not been given opportunities because the atmosphere at
Princess
Google.
Beck Knight 666 saying, kind of wish I lived in Helen's world where the feminized proletariat holds ultimate power over the ruling class. I know, right? The feminized world, the feminized hyper woke world, it sounds good as fuck. Like, this is just the underlying thing throughout this. And by the way, I might wrap up soon, chat, and we might end up watching like the second half of this at the start of the next stream. But just like the idea of this, like, you know, this world that didn't actually come to pass, that they're responding to as this like concluded project, is so fundamentally dishonest as the basis of this conversation that it's absolutely crazy. Like, at the same time, as I've been saying and making an effort to say, like, they have their own, like, you know, legitimate critiques. There will probably never be an ideology in all of humanity that is perfect, right? There will always be ideologies that are flawed, and that's partly because of the process of, like, utopianism into reality. Like, when a utopian bubble shatters into reality and meets with the limits of the real world, something perfect does become imperfect. And, like, it's okay and valid to have critiques of wokeness. And the one that she's currently in the process of highlighting, that, like, the attempt at wokeness in recent years that was extremely focused on punitive justice and not enough on systemic change meaningfully, like, that's a valid criticism I would agree with. But her conclusion in it is, like, it is the essential character of being woke is cancel culture, like, is the defining thing. And it's like, I don't think that the history of wokeness in the last wave of attempting to bring in wokeness can be meaningfully separated from the misguided, like, over focus on, like, shaming and bashing and getting people to kind of agree, as it were, by force. I don't think that can be separated out in the history there, because it is what happened. Like, it's a part of what happened, but it's also inseparable from the fact that, like, we didn't actually get, like, the woke revolution. Like, the hegemonic power structures that were in beforehand remained very firmly in the whole time in power. Throughout this supposed woke revolution and its consequences. So it's all just quite ridiculous.
Believes that women are less capable than men. It was because of legal liability. So that's where I think a lot of the indignation at.
Sorry, but, like, on this specific example, having said all of that, James, whatever the fuck he was called, Lil Jimmy No Mates, like, he said women are dumb and that's why they can't work at Google. How are female engineers supposed to work with that guy unless there's at least some sort of serious, like compassion training, some kind of serious, like, challenging of it? And I don't necessarily think that him being fired is the thing, but I don't necessarily think it's not the thing. Like, that's kind of the tricky one there. Like, I like, she is immediately implicitly privileged the feelings of James. Was he called Ditmore? Not sure. Anyway, James, whatever, the guy who said that women are too stupid to work at Google. Like, she's privileging his feelings over the women who would have to be around him after he said that they're too stupid to work at Google. And, like, I don't think that firing's necessarily the move, but something should be the move. That's all.
The article I wrote puzzles me, but I think it's just because it comes from people who are not aware of the way the law is currently lopsided in favor of punishing male vices and allowing feminized vices totally free rein.
What
Okay. I'm glad Ross is asking what a male and female vice is, because I just need to stop there and urgently say, come the fuck on. Like, the law is tipped in favor of punishing men for doing stuff that men like doing. Are you sure about that? Like, like seriously, Helen? Because like if I think about behavior that men like doing, that they do excessively, that it causes harm to other people, I think very quickly of something that the law basically just doesn't punish statistically.
Are female and male vices?
So there was a landmark gender discrimination case in the 1990s that involved a woman who worked at a shipyard. The workforce there was naturally 95% male. And she claimed in her lawsuit that she was not given the same opportunities as the men, that she was made to feel unwelcome. And one of the items of evidence in this lawsuit that she offered was that some of the male mechanics had pinups on the walls of their work areas, and that these half-clad women made her feel uncomfortable. She was successful. The court said, yes, that is a discriminatory aspect of the workplace. The boss needs to tell him to take those down. But that is not the only kind of masculine conduct that has fallen afoul of these kinds of lawsuits.
Can we sit with that example for just a second? I read the case.
Sure, I would be happy to. Please.
What you're glossing as a pinup was multiple photos of completely naked women in close-up. The woman had, sexist graffiti, and one of her male coworkers thrust his leg in between her legs. I don't think, is there a little bit of rowdiness to men? Yes, but...
Whoa, that's crazy. Is Helen making excuses for sexual violence the whole time? Who could have seen this coming, given how she started her entire argument by making excuses for sexual violence? That's wow. Who could have seen it coming?
I think it's actually unfair to men to sweep that kind of pervasive nudity and specific sexist language and physical grabbing as just part of...
Regarding the pinup in the idealized version that Helen just described, before we get onto the reality too much and Helen's perfect picture of the little pinups are spoiled, I'd like to quote the immortal words of Tim Robinson here. We should be allowed to look at a little porn at work. I think that, in total seriousness, I think there might be a valid argument that she should also put up pictures of naked guys or whatever, if that was the issue. But now we're immediately finding out that that's not the issue, actually, and there was a lot more going on. Of course. Helen really likes excusing sexual violence.
Broad male vices that we need more space for in the workforce, and I don't think it's fair to characterize it as she didn't like the pinups.
This is why I am establishing a spectrum of masculine behavior, and I am using that case as my anchor out at one end as the kind of behavior we can all agree, sure, okay, yes, by all means, that should be grounds for a lawsuit. Well, let me pose to you another case that I think you will find a lot more ambiguous. There have been several gender discrimination lawsuits against Wall Street firms in the last 20 years, female traders and analysts who say that the men at Morgan Stanley make more money than they do, that the most aggressive traders are given the best clients and that those tend to be men, and that is discrimination against women. Now, some of the women in these Wall Street cases can point to incidents that we would describe as sexual harassment, that some coworker grabbed them and kissed them after a drunken work party.
I would describe that as sexual assault.
Okay, that's fine. But some of these women cited as their examples of testosterone-fueled behavior in the workplace, push-up contests. She said the other traders on my team had push-up contests, and this was discriminatory against me because that was a form of team building that I was not able to participate in. The real problem...
Yes, hostile work environment is one of the even legally recognized forms of sexual harassment, and it is pretty fucking hostile. Like, I don't even think this one's that hard, to be honest, guys. Like, Whatever. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. We're wrapping up soon. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. Also, if you have a Prime account, you can do a Prime sub, which means that you don't pay any extra money, but I do get real money, which is cool for me. But again, please command tip. It's !TIP. And if you're a VOD watcher, a blessed and lovely VOD watcher, 1 second chat. Just chat. This isn't for you. Just 1 sec. Just. VOD watchers, you can go to the link down below and to Patreon. And now this is just for some chatters. And now we'll carry on with the stream. Okay.
With these laws is that most masculine behavior falls into the gray area of not clearly illegal, but could be cited by somebody if they filed a gender discrimination lawsuit. So I think managers take that information and they think, I can get in trouble for having a toxically masculine workplace. I'm not really ever going to get in trouble for having a toxically feminine workplace. So if there is ever in the balance, I am always going to err on this side.
So for both of you,
bad.
what is toxic femininity? If there are distinctive masculine vices, I think we can concede that there are. There's a lot of talk about.
We live under this desire to create an equality where there is none. Ironically, given everything that they're saying and claim to be about, is so frustrating because, like, what about anti-white racism? Like, it's just like what's a toxically feminine environment? I'm sure we can identify behaviors that are typical of women in the society we exist in now, which again is a patriarchal society, and say like that's what typically like feminine toxic behavior looks like. I'm sure we can do that just fine. It's not the same thing as a toxic femininity that is an equivalent, equal opposite to toxic masculinity, because toxic masculinity is founded on rape culture. Toxic masculinity is founded on a dominance-based worldview, right? Toxic masculinity is based on what bell hooks called the psychic self-mutilation of men, the first violence of patriarchy before their violence towards women, where they are convinced that they like to do violence to women, right? Like, toxic masculinity does not need to have an equal counterpart, at least until there are matriarchal societies on Earth kicking around with female supremacists, right, with female chauvinists, until we have Zoe and the Dorsabravian matriarchy. That's one for my Mars trilogy heads. Like, we're just like defining like toxic femininity as if it's this extant force. Sorry, I need to, because I've got it on my other screen. You need to see as well. This particular one of God's creatures, this one here, asking us to define a toxic femininity. Fuck off.
Toxic masculinity. It's a regular subject of discussion. What are the feminine vices in that story?
Gossiping, inability to deal with conflict directly, and kind of suppressing conflict, and aversion to directness, which naturally in a workplace is a big problem because you need to be able to give direct feedback to people, including negative feedback.
But how would you imagine a landscape where the equivalent,
those are responses to male behavior, like. Those are responses to male behavior, like not like privileging like relational repair over resolving the conflict, like is because of how women are treated under patriarchy, and is a response to the conditioning of being around men. Like the issue here is again and again and again that women need more class consciousness and consciousness raising and feminist consciousness raising. Not less, for fuck's sake.
You have in mind, right, that you think is absent in how men and women are treated. Are you going to have a man sue for, the hostile work environment, complaining that his female coworkers gossip too much or didn't argue with him enough?
or that I was reprimanded for giving what I thought was really straightforward, clear feedback to somebody that she then reported me to HR and said I was being abusive. That happens all the time, all the time. And to be clear, I am advocating for fewer lawsuits, not more.
Whoa. It happens all the time that people give clear feedback and they get reported to HR for being abusive. Okay.
I think probably the best
Given her record so far of reporting, of honestly reporting when abuse has occurred, I really trust this woman's ability to tell me that there are loads of cases where people just give honest feedback and then they get a lawsuit for abuse.
equilibrium is, not every workplace is going to be a good fit for everybody. So why don't we have some workplaces that are more masculine inflected and some that are more feminine, and we'll just not sue each other over it at all? How about that for a deal?
I think some of what you're describing is not exclusively feminine, and it's strange to characterize it so strongly in that direction. It's a product of human beings being bad at group dynamics in a variety of ways that men can fail at, women can fail at. And it happens in male-dominated places, too, where they're explicitly doing truth-seeking, because it's very hard as a discipline to value the truth more than your own pride. We say sometimes that pride can be, I think, a masculine vice as well as a feminine vice. And both men and women have trouble loving the truth more than they love their image of someone themselves as someone who already knew it.
Is that the primary thing that you think is lost in institutions that undergo what you're calling feminization? The failure to seek truth? I mean, in terms of the actual effects on society writ large, right? Not just, people in the break room, people dealing with HR, but all of society. You are saying that institutions that have this kind of conflict aversion are less likely to just get to the truth.
I think that's right. And I think that's why the harms or perils of feminization have to be examined on a case-by-case basis for each institution and discipline. I think something like 80% of veterinary students are women today.
Are they doing a bad job at treating the
Are
pets?
you worried? Yeah, are you worried?
Do you predict they are, right?
As far as I know, this has not had catastrophic effects.
Why?
Well, actually, Claudia Goldin, the Nobel Prize-winning economist, notes in her book that male veterinarians are more likely to own their own practices, whereas female veterinarians prefer not to because being an owner involves more financial risk and longer and less flexible hours. So the shift from a male-dominated profession to a female-dominated profession in the area of veterinary medicine has led to corporatization, that we've gone from a world where most veterinarians own their own practices to one where...
She's such a fucking deeply obnoxious person, the way that she said corporatization, like to really emphasize that she thinks Leah is being stupid and that she needs to spoon feed her stuff. And the reason that she thinks that is because Leah has corrected her now multiple times. when she was making apology for serious harm. For fuck's sake. She's honestly so aggravating.
Most veterinary practices are owned by private equity, which has not been entirely without problems for the pets and farm animals of America. But I am willing to state
Can I also say that
corporatization...
financial risk is based on you having the startup capital to take a financial risk. It's not like the thing about flexible hours is because women are expected to do reproductive labor in the home, right? So they need the flexible hours so that they can take care of people. But the thing about financial risk is women just have less money in society. It's dire, it's a well documented phenomenon that there is an income gap. There is also a wealth gap. It's broadly cis men, cis women, trans men, trans women, across both of these things. Women aren't taking financial risks. They have less money. Come on.
Aside, the feminization of veterinary medicine has not led to the collapse of society and is unlikely to do so. I think it's basically fine.
What's the protective element there? Or what can be...
She thinks the feminization is basically fine. Okay, chat, I'm wrapping up for tonight. She's just said it's actually just not even a big deal anyway. That feels like a great place to stop for now. Next week, if people remind me, we will begin with the second half of this infuriating podcast. Just dive right into the middle of the argument, and that'll be great. What do I need to plug? I need to say to check out my Patreon because I have new projects coming up. I'm currently in the middle of a big winter reliving trauma mental health slump. So content is coming, but it's not necessarily coming all that fast. I am supported by patrons. Please support me over on Patreon. It means the world to me and is also how I live. I'd like it to go up, as mentioned earlier, to help make my big fat wife bigger and fatter. But the other thing I wanted to plug was Red Planet, 2 days. On Sunday, we will have a Red Planet stream. Come by on Sunday to twitch.tv/Red Planet Live and watch us talk about the news and about what's been going on and about revolutionary strategy and how people organize to make a better world. That's what we do on Red Planet with me and Tim and Mule. Thank you so much all for watching. Check out my links. Please support me financially. I need the help. And I will see you on Sunday. And then we will finish this podcast next Friday. Okay. I hope everybody has a wonderful night. Bye-bye.